Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rahul Jain. I'm the Managing Director in Usha Group and Director of ASMA. I welcome you all to this exciting and unique event from ASMA. ASMA, as you know, stands for Adoption of Social Media in Academia and is a harbinger of digital transformation in academia. We are now a family of 100,000 plus stakeholders representing 10,000 plus academic institutions covering all sectors: higher education, school, preschool, vocational, and edtech industry. So it gives a tremendous opportunity for us to actually cover a wide spectrum of topics. And fortunately, in last 1 year, we hosted close to 75 plus events, and we have been growing the thought leadership through a variety of initiatives that we are taking here at ASMA. Today, ASMA School Education Leadership Forum is focusing on IB schools and addressing a very important topic, which is need of the hour. This two-day conclave aims to discuss important developments and changes in curriculum of the IB school programs, keeping in mind the demand of the VUCA world. IB schools are specifically designed with the goal of enhancing the students' social, academic, physical health, and emotional health. What needs to be seen is what is required to keep the learners future ready. I take immense pleasure in welcoming our guest of honor, Mrs. Dr. Pankaj, Secretary General, Association of Indian Universities. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here today. And I also welcome Mr. Madan Padaki, Global Alliances for Mass Entrepreneurship. I welcome the galaxy of eminent speakers joining us today and tomorrow to address a variety of topics during this event. I further take this opportunity to welcome our supporters, Edu Vacancy. Today we'll also have a talk from IBM, FMA Digital, and Digital HR. With this, I invite my colleague Rahul Binoy to take the session forward. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you so much, Rahul sir. And once again, I'd like to invite Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am. She is the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities for a keynote address. Before that, I'd like to introduce her. She has previously served in the higher education sectors, especially university education, for over 3 decades at the University Grants Commission of India. Dr. Mittal is a Fulbright scholar and she has vast experience of over 3 decades in higher education, policy planning, and management of higher education. She earlier served as the first regular Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Kanpur, the first rural women university in North India. As the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mittal has forged collaborations with several universities, such as the University of Baltimore, St. Catherine University, Nottingham Trent University, and University of Cambridge. Dr. Mittal has also served as a member of various high-powered committees, professional bodies, and she has published numerous papers, articles, and reports on issues relating to higher education and women's empowerment in national and international journals. Once again, I welcome you, Pankaj ma'am. Over to you for your keynote address.
Thank you, Rahul, and thanks to ASMA for inviting me. As you all must have seen from my CV, I am mostly working in the field of higher education. And when they invited me here, I said that I am from higher education. Why are you calling me for school education? So the only purpose I could understand was because AIU has given some equivalence to some of the IB programs, and they wanted me to tell about that. So therefore, what I will do today is I'll talk about the national education policy, that what national education policy talks about with regard to school education. Again, that is not my forte. I mean, I normally talk a lot about higher education, national education policy. I mean, what it entails for higher education. But for school education, I'll try to do some justice. And then I'll also tell that what type of recognitions AIU has given for the IB programs. Three recognitions we have given. So I'll tell you all the three. And sometimes I will also tell a little bit of detail, because sometimes what also happens is that IBCP or IBDP some people have done, but the required number of courses at higher level and at the general level, they don't know that these many at higher level are compulsory. Because of that, sometimes the students who come after IBDP program to India, they don't get equivalence, because that number of courses, minimum number of courses, is not there. Now, I also feel that all the boards, including the international boards, they have to align with the national education policy and the national curriculum framework. So right now, whatever national curriculum framework is, I understand that IB is complying with them. But in future also, if there are any changes, so IB will be expected to comply with whatever provisions are there in the NEP, as well as in the national curriculum framework, as well as the assessment evaluation, so that it is at par with the Indian boards. So now when we go to school education, we know that a lot of changes have been made from the existing, like for example, right now we have 10+2, but now we are shifting to 5+3 plus 3+4. So that means that foundation stage, that is that elementary childcare is also now included into the formal schooling. So IB, I understand that they are also running, I mean, they are trying to align with the national education policy, and they are also building up in such a manner that primary education program, middle education, all these are there. But then IB has to see very, very clearly that whatever is indicated in the policy, for example, in the foundation stage, the policy says that the foundation stage will be initial 5 years. When we talk of 5+3 plus 3+4, initial 5 years will be foundation. Out of that, 3 year will be at sort of Anganwadi play schools, where the students are learning by playing. Now they are not actually taught something, but they are learning by playing. Like if you remember, there's a book by Gijubhai Badheka called Divas Open. So if you read that book, you will know that how in those times also in Indian schools or in gurukuls, the education was imparted so that the student really learns, understands without having any stress on the mind. So these 3 years of Anganwadi or play schools, that have to be integrated with the formal education. And whether IB is doing about what IB is doing about it, maybe you'll be knowing in the future sessions, because all these sessions are planned basically on IB. I mean, IB centric sessions are there, so you will be knowing. But that is very important, that Anganwadi and play schools, which we call in India, they should be integrated with the formal education as per the new education policy. And the 2 years will be basically formal, I mean primary schools, which we have right now. So after that, there's a preparatory stage, which will be grade 3 to 5, middle stage, grade 6 to 8, and secondary, which will be 9 to 12. So everywhere, the policy, I mean, so far, you know that in the Indian schools, there is a very rigid structure. There has to be a stream at the 11th and 12th class, whether you want to join commerce, humanities, or sciences. But the national education policy says that there is a total flexibility available to the students, and students can join any stream, any subject. I mean, stream will not be there at all. So the student can join any subject. I suppose this type of flexibility is already there in the IB. But whichever board is wanting to have, say, equivalence, whether Indian or foreign, they need to see that this type of flexibility is built into this. And not only the education for the subjects, but the holistic education of the students. When we say holistic education of the students, it means not only the course curriculum, but also the vocational education plus the character building. A lot of emphasis has been given on the character building, value education. The students should have some values when they come out of the schools. I mean, whether it is honesty or love or compassion or kindness, or I mean, all these values, they have to be inculcated in the students. So my request to IB will be that apart from the subjects which they are considering, I mean the core subjects which they are considering, they should try to build in this value component also in their programs, because value education is very, very important. And then again, as the NEP says, so far the schools are not accredited. Like for higher education institutions, we have NAC, National Assessment and Accreditation Councils, which is accrediting the higher education institutions. For schools, so far no such thing is there, but the policy says that the schools will also be accredited in future, so there will be an agency which will be accrediting the schools. So I don't know if that comes up. I mean, that is in the pipeline right now, but if that comes up, then in addition to the Indian schools, mean the schools which are running through the school boards of India, like CBSE or state boards, I think the IB schools will also be subjected to the accreditation. So that will also come up, which the IB should take care of. And I do suppose that they do take care of training of teachers in literacy and numeracy, and that they must be doing already. But there are many, many aspects which will be new in the new education policy, especially with regard to schools. Like they are thinking of having a national mission on education literacy. They are talking of nutrition and health, that for, because the school age students are very young, and you know that in India there's a program called midday meal program, in which a nutritious meal is provided to the students. So nutrition and health, how that can be taken care of in the schools, and not only that they provide meals, which I don't think IB schools are providing meals, but of course they should be taught how to have nutrition. What is the meaning of nutrition? What is the meaning of, say, good what was I should say, eat right campuses? How do they make eat right schools? Eat right means they are eating the right food. They're not eating the junk food, which is now normally available in the canteens, like cold drinks and burgers and pizzas and all those things. So nutrition, why it is important, and why it is important to have nutritious meals in the canteens of the schools also, whether it is run by IB board or the Indian board. So all those small things are very, very important, which the IB has to take care of. Curriculum, of course, they have to align to national curriculum framework, and the curriculum cannot be against the national spirit of India also. So that has to be seen, that national integration is promoted, and that is one of the issues. And then you know that in this policy, a lot of emphasis has been laid down on experiential learning, that the student should be learning by doing. So they also say that they should, not only that there will be many practical classes, but also hands-on training and storytelling. So like many a times the students learn a lot by storytelling, to arouse their curiosity, how to arouse their curiosity. So if that is built in into the curriculum, for example, when I was working as a vice chancellor of the Women University, there we saw that students have stopped thinking. They just mug up, cramming, and then they just reproduce in the in the examination halls, and then that they get the marks, and they are very happy about it. So they had stopped thinking. So what we did there was, which I found very interesting, which the students found interesting, and even the teachers started participating in it, that every week we used to put a one question on the notice board, and the students were expected to put the answers in a box, and next week there was a new question with a new answer, and the student who gave maximum right answers was given the award. And what were the type of questions? Questions were, for example, you go to hill stations in the summers, and even when you travel by air, the pilot says the temperature outside is minus 45 degrees centigrade. So as you go up, it is getting cooler. Whereas when you go near the sun, it should get warmer. So you're going near the sun. So why doesn't it get warmer? Why does it get cooler? So that was one of the questions. And second question, like many questions, like when you boil milk, the milk sort of, you have to stand on the head of the, near the stove, that the milk doesn't come out. So water doesn't come out, and if you say that a milk contains ghee also doesn't come out, then what is so special with the milk that it comes out? Or maybe if you take, say, bath, when you take bath with many soaps or soap solutions, and all those soaps are of different fancy colors, but the lather of every soap is white. Why? Where does the color go? Do you see it going down the drain? No. So like this, so many questions were there. One question was like this, that the question was framed in such a manner that student is asked that when a student says that when my mother goes out in the sun for say putting the clothes on the line for drying them up, the clothes dry up but the mother gets wet because of the sweat. So this sun, why doesn't it dry up the sweat? Or even like if a mosquito is there and the mosquitoes are biting, sometimes a blood group A person, blood group B person, blood group O person. So here, if we sort of infuse the blood group, I mean different blood group, there will be a lot of problems. So nothing happens to the mosquito. Why? So like this, there were so many questions, so that the students are made to think. So the curriculum has to be made in such a manner, the activities have to be made in such a manner that the students they start thinking. So that is very, very important. And then the policy also talks about assessment to be aligned with the learning outcomes. Like right now, in many of our, like in even in higher education, the learning outcomes are not drafted. So assessment is not aligned with the learning outcomes. So that is very important, that learning outcomes should be aligned with the assessment procedure should be aligned with the learning outcome. Now, one area where I think the IB will be facing a problem is medium of instruction, because in national education policy it is mentioned that the medium of instruction at least till grade 5 should be the mother tongue of the student. Now in IB schools mostly the medium of instruction is English, and India is a multicultural, multilingual country where many languages are there. So I don't know what will they do about that, but that type of alignment with regard to medium of instruction being the mother tongue and then three language formula, that is there or not. I don't think three language formula is there at all, but the policy says that there should be three language formula, out of which at least two should be Indian languages. So what will happen to this, both for private as well as public schools? So what will happen to it, that has to be seen. And of course they talk about the knowledge of India, constitution of India, that national sort of, what should I say, that the grand Indian narrative should be told to the students so that they are proud of India. Not that they say only Bollywood and the cricket are the main things of India. They should know about the Indian culture, Indian traditions, Indian knowledge system. So that is also something very important. I don't think IB will be able to put it exactly in a similar way, but we will have to ask IB if they can have some country specific courses also, so that wherever the student is studying about that country, they should be knowing. So those country specific courses should be there. So like this, there are many things like school complexes, teacher education, vocational education, they lay a lot of importance. And that is how the IB's new program has been given equivalence to by AIU. The vocational education, you know that when you talk of vocational education, the policy itself gives the data that in USA, 52% of the students are trained in vocational education. In Germany, the figure is 75%. In South Korea, it is 96%. And in India, it is only 5%. So only 5% of the students get vocational training. So therefore, the policy did indicate that at least 50% of the population in next 15 years should be trained on skill education. So that is something which is very important. And I understand that IB is doing it in terms of introducing a program called IBCP. So my request to IB will be to align the programs in line with the national education policy. A lot they have already done, but if there is something left out, please look into it, so that the students who are studying in India under the IB schools, they know about India also, know about the Indian languages also, and they know about Indian culture and the Indian value system and knowledge system. So if that type of some indication can be there, we'll be very happy. And the type of approvals which we have given, like AIU has given to the IB program, 3 approvals we have given. One is comparison with the 10th standard. So there is a middle years program, IB MYP. So there we have given equivalence that anybody who has done this MYP, they are equivalent to 10th class of Indian schools. Then we have given approval to IB diploma program, but there we say that at least there should be total 24 points. So that has to be seen. The 24 points are there, and 3 subjects at higher level and 3 subjects at secondary level. So if somebody has done lesser number of subjects in higher level, then there is an issue. If you do more than 3, there is no issue at all. But at least 3 at higher level and 3 at secondary level. So 6 subjects, 3 at say higher and 3 at secondary, and 24 points. That is mandatory if if the student wants equivalence of IB with the Indian board. And lastly, which we have done very recently, that is the equivalence of the CP program, career related program. And in CP, what we have done is that there is a combination of formal subjects of IBDP and skill-based career-oriented subjects. And in this, there are 2 different streams. One is arts and commerce, and in arts and commerce, we are saying that if you want to get the equivalence of IBCP with the Indian boards, then you should have done IBDP 2 subjects. So 2 subjects IBDP, out of which at least 1 should be at higher level. Why I'm telling all this is because sometimes the students do these courses, and when they come to AIU for equivalence, they don't get the equivalence, and then the problem starts. So if you're really doing IBCP, which is a welcome step, you should be doing at least two courses in IBDP, and of which 1 should be at higher level program, and 3 the career related programs. 3 career related programs. Some career related skill courses are there, but 3 CRS is compulsory. So 2 IBDP programs and 3 CRS for arts and commerce. But if you go to say sciences, engineering, then that DP program changes from 2 to 3. So if you are doing a IBCP program in sciences and engineering, you should be having 3 courses in IBDP, out of which at least 1 should be at higher level, and 3 courses of CRS, that is career related programs. So this type of recognition we have given. I'm sure the students will be very happy that now they are able to pursue career related programs and get the equivalence of 12th class, because till now only the diploma level, means the core content, the subjects which were taught in the schools, that was only given the equivalence. But now we are also giving importance to the career oriented programs in keeping with the recommendations of the National Education Policy. So I'm sure that will be beneficial to the students. And if there's anything else, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. It was very interesting when you highlighted the fact that IB schools have to better align with NEP. At the same time, when you talk about, localization is an important element to be considered. I see a lot of schools already putting their effort toward, bringing curriculums close to localities and the environments around. At the same time, importance of, career-related programs you highlighted. We are continuing the thematic with Mr. Madan Padaki, where he's going to, talk about how entrepreneurship and employability related aspects can be inculcated in school, and maybe a little more different perspectives we'll hear from him. We think that universities in India can benefit further if schools of all sorts encourage research as a core thought process in student. From the time they are being prepared, they are otherwise being prepared for more examination standpoint, clear the examination, go to the next level, that kind of a thought process. But I think we still need to nurture the minds out there, and I think that's where NEP has a lot of emphasis. At the same time, NEP is putting emphasis around building the holistic human being. So a lot of other aspects are being advised. IB is a very rich curriculum, but still has a has some opportunity with respect to localization. So thank you so much, ma'am. It was great pleasure having you with us, and we really feel privileged and honored to have your patronage with us. With your presence, we feel motivated and encouraged all the time. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me invite Rahul Binoy again to take the proceeds ahead. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So now moving on again with so much immense pleasure, I'd like to invite Mr. Madan Padaki. He's the co-founder of G.A.M.E India, Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship. Mr. Madan is an engineer from NIE Mysore and an MBA from SPJ in Mumbai. Madan sir has worked with Wipro, Infosys, and Emphasis Japan before being bitten by the entrepreneurial bug in 2000 when he co-founded Meridian as a pioneering idea in skills assessment. With the vision of transforming rural youth to be entrepreneurs, he founded One Bridge, a platform that empowers rural entrepreneurs to accelerate abundance of access, choice, and convenience to rural citizens by leveraging technology. He is also the managing trustee of Head Held High Foundation, a nonprofit that stands for human dignity. He is the co founder of Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship, a network that aims to catalyze large scale job creation by bringing together government, businesses, and civil society organizations to work collaboratively on igniting a mass entrepreneurship movement. He currently serves as a strategic advisor to UNICEF India and is helping to launch a large initiative on youth empowerment called Generation Unlimited in India. Once again, thank you so much, Madan sir, for joining us. Now handing over the virtual mic to you for your special address.
Thank you, Binoy, Rahul, and thanks to the entire team for inviting us over to join for this very relevant conversation. I think making the 21st century learners future ready, I think, is such a critical topic. Obviously, not just for IB schools, but also for schools across the board. Over the next 20-25 minutes, I wanted to share some learnings of ours, starting with my own personal journey and why I believe whatever we're doing on entrepreneurial mindsets now is so critical. And happy to take it up, take up any questions and conversations and learn from all of you, the terrific audience that we have here. Probably I can share my screen, right?
Yes, you can, sir.
I wanted to show a couple of videos as we go along. One second. Yeah. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, cool. So just as an introduction, as Rahul kindly had kind words of introduction for me, I've been an entrepreneur the last couple of decades, working on youth skills. I co-founded a company called Meridian, which started out as India's first skills assessment entity. We go into schools, colleges, and run various assessments, largely colleges for employability assessments. And subsequently, we've done various entrance exams, government service exams, so on and so forth. Meridian was co-founded by three of us. It went through the usual roller coaster ride and eventually got acquired by Manipal. Meridian continues as an independent entity under Manipal Education. And one of the things I learned from my journey at Meridian was the value of what is commonly now called as employability skills. In fact, we were the first entity to put out a complete research note on employability way back in 2005, where we had assessed the employability skills of around 30,000 engineers and came to the conclusion that only about 24.5% of them are really employable as per industry standards. And that kind of got the trigger on a variety of employability discussions that are happening even now. And unfortunately, the tenor of the conversations, a large part of it still remains unchanged from 2005-06, which means as a nation, we're still grappling with this problem of unemployment and unemployability. I'm sure all of us realize the magnitude of the problem. To my mind, is the single largest problem for a long time and for a long term that India has to crack. We have roughly about 1 million youth, people who turn 18 years of age, joining the workforce almost every month, starting over the last 6-7 years, into the next 6-7 years. India will almost have about 100 to 150 million youth who come out looking for a job. Aspirationally, they get exposed to everything else that is happening around, so the aspirations are high. The need for opportunity are very demanding. But even today's context, the formal sector, out of the 500 million people that we have in the country, the formal sector employs less than 10%. So there are only 50 million jobs, so to speak, which have, of course, a monthly paycheck and social security benefits that go along with it. The rest are all in the informal sector. So even assuming that we can better this and move that 10% to 15% of formal jobs, out of the 150 million people, perhaps we will get only about 20 million people who will get engaged in a formal job. The big burning question is what happens to the remaining 130 million youth who come with full-throated aspirations of saying, I want a better life for me and my family, and I want to pull myself out of poverty and lead a better life. The answer in our minds lie in the fact that can we create maybe 10, 15 million entrepreneurs who can generate 50 to 100 million jobs locally. So if each entrepreneur can then go on to become a job creator, not thousands of jobs, not even hundreds of jobs, can an entrepreneur create 20, 30 jobs? And can this be created locally so that it drives an element of opportunities at the local level? That's what Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship is all about. My life itself post Meritrack took a dramatic turn when I chanced upon an experiment that was being done, and I jumped into that experiment fully. There were a few of us who were trying to figure out how to set up a rural BPO. This was way back in 2008. And the big question was, where will you find talent? So one of the questions we asked ourselves was, instead of going searching for talent in a city and asking them to migrate to the villages, why can't we find a talent in a village? Easier said than done. As we went about thinking, we said, hey, why don't we reframe this and say, what will it take for us to take one of the most unemployable persons you could ever find in a village, and is it possible to transform this individual into an English speaking, computer literate knowledge professional? Coming from an assessment world, I laughed. I fell off my chair saying, are you crazy? We are unable to take graduates from Bangalore and find them a job in a BPO. Imagine taking a kid who has never been to school, never held a pencil in their lives. And is it possible to transform such an individual? But a small part of me said, perhaps maybe it's worth a shot and see what happens. So we went around the countryside in Karnataka trying to find youth like that, and we found truckloads of youth like that. Kids who've never held a pencil in their lives, never been to a school, live in a remote village, works as a cowherd, no skills, and usually there's nobody in the family who's gone to a school. These were the characteristics of an unemployable person we were looking for. One of them is this kid called Ramesh. I'm just playing this video. This is a grainy video from 2008. It took a couple of hours for us to get Ramesh in front of the camera. He was petrified. Comes from a village called Kotigunda in Raichur. Lives with a family of 10 brothers, sisters, 2 parents. Together, the family earns about 3,000 rupees a month. And Ramesh has never been to school, never held a pencil in their life, and we kind of he loved the challenge in a way of saying, come, we'll teach you something, and he persisted and came on board the program. We got 8 kids like Ramesh. In this video, the audio quality is low, but all he's saying is my parents' name, my brother's name. He couldn't even string a sentence together in Kannada. When we brought Ramesh into the program and started creating a curriculum on the fly, along with 8 others, 6 boys, 2 girls, and 4 of them had never been to school. When we got Ramesh into the program, and this learning was very, very tough, but we realized that within the few months, the confidence of Ramesh and the rest of his colleagues were just skyrocketing. And to me, I was traveling intensely during that period. And when I came back to meet Ramesh a few months later, and when I saw the Ramesh that was transformed, my life changed, because this is the same Ramesh that I saw 7 months down the line.
I'm Ramesh from Raichur. When I was in my village, I did not know how to write even my name in Kannada. In my village, I always wore dhoti. I never traveled on the bus. I did not know what's the time and what's the watch. I knew only 2 things: go to farm or sunrise, came back home or sunset. I had never visited a city. I did not know about city life. When I first came to Bangalore, I could not speak to anyone. And I also scared to touch a computer. When I started to learn in English, I was so because I did not know how to write ABCD. After the 7 months, I can type minimum at 40 words per minute. A month ago, I went to my village for my brother's wedding. My mother told me, please sir, come and have a seat. She did not recognize me. She asked, who are you? I told her, I am Ramesh, your son. As she didn't believe. Then I showed my ID card on which earlier photo was there. She looked at the photo for a while and hugged. And after every moment she cried with the tears of happiness. I never can forget that experience. Thank you.
This shook my life because what it proved to me was that there's nothing called as unemployable. It is only that many people don't have the capacities or have been exposed to capabilities that can build their lives. Resonated a lot with what Amartya Sen had defined as poverty. He said it's nothing but capability deprivation and opportunity deprivation. And this was really capability deprivation because I think a lot of us, Professor Yunus said it beautifully. He said, all of us have treasures within, but many of us die without knowing what existed within. And that struck so true to me that we created a foundation called Head Held High Foundation, inspired by the poem where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, and started to figure out how do we templatize this and how can we take it to every nook and corner of the country. Uh, Glad to share that today Head Held High Foundation is present in 19 states. We have touched over about 25,000 youth like Ramesh and continue to do 1,000 and thousands of youth every year. Clearly, this is not training, this is transformation. Because training is a two-way street. You learn, you forget, you get back to where you are. But a Ramesh after can never become Ramesh before. In fact, in 4 years later, 2011-12, we went on to win the CNN IBM Real Heroes Award. And you can see the same Ramesh receiving this award 4 years later.
Ramesh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 4 years ago, I had never thought of getting out of my village. Today, I am on national TV. I'm very happy to be here with all of you. 4 years ago, I didn't know how to write my name in any language. Today, I'm working in a BPO company as a team leader. My dream is to give an opportunity to all the villagers like me.
And that is the power that resides in everybody. In fact, we've had several. Ramesh went on to work in a BPO. He's now a motivational trainer in North Karnataka, going to various schools and colleges and talking about his life story and telling people that, hey, if I can become like this, imagine what you can be, right? Subsequently, and I'll end with another short video, we've seen a lot of young youth who come to our programs, joined in and said, listen, and to echo what Ramesh said, he said, it's not enough if I fend for myself. How can I go help all my friends become like me? So we had a lot of youth who have gone back to their villages, set up smaller businesses, and they've begun to enroll a few of their friends into programs like this and start businesses together. This is one such story
Hi, good evening.
of
This is Madan
Basavaraj.
from Goel, which is in Koppal district and Karnataka. I joined in 2009 at a training center to learn speaking English and to learn computer skills. After finishing my training, I joined in BPO company for 4 years as a data entry executive. Recently, quit my job and came to my village, opened my provision store in my village. I want to do more business in my village. And if Adult Eye is supporting me, I want to sell more products from Adult Eye like solar and electricals, mobile service. Thanking for Adult Eye. Thanking you.
So you get the gist. Let me stop the share right here. So the lessons from this is really that every person has unlimited potential, but very few of us get the opportunities to exhibit and flower at our fullest. Two is that the single largest challenge that one can look at is how do you then leverage the potential of these guys to create jobs in their own villages, as evidenced by Basavaraj. I've co-founded another entity called OneBridge, where we're operating in about 10,000 villages with youth like this. In fact, I'm just thinking I'll share that video as well, just to give you a sense of what we are getting into. Let me see. Yes. where we are leveraging youth potential to use technology in the villages and transforming them into entrepreneurs. And I'll connect all of them into what we need to do together. Yes.
In the long.
The hinterlands of India consists of around 650,000 villages and 850 million people. I started One Bridge in 2016 to bridge the rural-urban divide and empower young people to become entrepreneurs and change makers. The youth of India are so full of optimism and have a go-getter spirit. Many of them have very little work experience. It doesn't take much to get them going. A few weeks of orientation and they're transformed into tech gurus, helping their village communities use e-commerce for the very first time.
ನಾನು ನಿರುದ್ಯೋಗಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಈ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಯನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಹಣವನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Since having this idea, I've been unstoppable, working all hours of the day to bring this dream to life. And this project has proved to me that when you give capable young people the right opportunity and reliable technology, they are unstoppable too.
So how do we make our youth unstoppable has been a theme that we've been thinking of together at G.A.M.E, where we envision a world where there's an entrepreneurial spirit and energy in every nook and corner of the country, where youth are coming out with entrepreneurial mindsets. And I would argue that in this day and age, it's not, I would differentiate between an entrepreneur and an entrepreneurial mindset. Being an entrepreneur is a choice, but having an entrepreneurial mindset is a necessity. It is definitely one of those key 21st century skills that is required in every youth because of the very dynamic world that we are living in, uncertainty, chaos all around. And how do you make sense and still make a mark? And I would argue that entrepreneurial mindsets is super critical in every kid. And that's one of the mission at G.A.M.E. In fact, we've been recently working with the Delhi government. I'm not sure whether if you track what's happening at the government schools in Delhi. More than about 1,200 schools undergo an entrepreneurial mindsets curriculum every hour, every day. And there's no curriculum, they learn by doing. They go out, build businesses, come back, share learnings, etc. Over 1 million kids have undergone this curriculum over the last 1.5 years. Of course, the pandemic notwithstanding, we restarted again. In fact, the Delhi government recently announced a massive program called Business Blasters, where for the 11th and 12th standard kids, they are coming out with a business grant of 2,000 rupees, where the student can create a business by coming together. Maybe 5 of them pull in 2,000 each and create a corpus of 10,000 rupees that they invest. And they get to keep the profits they generate from the business, and they get to return the money as a loan that they have taken. When we did these experiments across various schools, we found that 94% of the students who participated in this program actually generated profits and returned the money back. So the power of going out there, creating a viable business proposition, selling it to customers, figuring out how money works, figuring out what is customer value, understanding P&L, so on and so forth, is invaluable in the entrepreneurial journey. And our dream is, can we have an entrepreneurial mindsets curriculum equivalent running in every school of the country, every government school, every public, private school, so that when kids come out of the schooling system, they come equipped, saying, I know how to think entrepreneurially, and whatever challenges life throws at me, I'm willing to take it on. In fact, this is the theme that we picked up at UNICEF. We've created a platform called YUWAH, YUWAAH. And YUWAH aspires to create a coalition and an alliance that will enable 100 million youth to find their pathways to economic opportunities, 200 million learners in India to access 21st century skills and to excel in these, including entrepreneurial mindsets. And eventually, can they go on to become social change makers? So can we enable and influence 300 million social change makers? Because eventually, with all that entrepreneurial energy, if we can start solving local problems and working with others to solve local problems, you really don't need to solve anything large at the national level. So Yuva has been at it. We've done some very intense work with the government of Punjab. We're doing a massive innovation and entrepreneurial challenge in Telangana. We're doing some pilots and experiments in Karnataka. We're working with very closely with CBSE to launch something called as Young Warrior Next, which is a chatbot plus a series of experiments we're running on how do you truly inculcate 21st century skills and how do we know that we've moved the needle. So there's a lot of work happening on that, and we expect that as more and more students and more schools starts adopting it, the pathway into entrepreneurship and employability automatically becomes easier, right? So that's another thought I would love to leave with all of you, saying, how can we partner together to bring entrepreneurial mindsets in every youth we touch in our own curriculum. I know that IB has a business management curriculum of which a small component happens to be entrepreneurial, entrepreneurship. But I think entrepreneurship is better taught by doing than by being in textbooks, etc. That's a conversation for another day. And lastly, I want to highlight another initiative which is an interesting global one. I'm sure you might be aware that there's a global network of entrepreneurs called TIE. It's called TIE. TIE is present in about 70 countries, 100 plus chapters, and it's a network of entrepreneurs across the globe. Interesting. Incidentally, I've been elected recently as the president of TIE Bangalore. Every city has a chapter. So Delhi has a chapter, Pune, Bombay, Hyderabad, Chennai, so on and so forth. And TIE itself has espoused the cause of taking entrepreneurial mindsets to every school. So there's an initiative called TYE. It's called the TIE Young Entrepreneurs, where school children, 8th to 12th graders, go through a 12-week, Saturday, Sunday boot camp, 6 hours per week, taught by entrepreneurs, and they cover the entire gamut of understanding customers to creating a business plan, to building a team, to pitching the business, so on and so forth. We've had easily about 10,000 odd youth who have undergone this program globally. And several of our alumni now are turning out to be sterling entrepreneurs. So there is a structured way in which entrepreneurial mindsets can be taken at scale with entrepreneurs as well. Now, I might be preaching to the choir here in terms of 21st century skills. You are the association of IB schools, and looking at school education at the leadership level that you're in. My only request to you as I end my talk is that how can each of your schools become and your students become beacons in your own community? So imagine if you were to take 20, 30 schools in a 10 to 20 kilometer radius from your own schools. What can your school and institution do to embed 21st century skills and entrepreneurial mindsets in 20 other less privileged schools? It could be government schools, affordable private schools, etc. So if we can start envisaging the school and the students, not just belonging to the school, but to the community, how can the students of your schools become ambassadors and facilitators to work with other kids and to share the learnings that they have, and the school itself becomes a bustling school, not just for your students on the academic side, but becomes a bustling hub for students from all across the community on entrepreneurial mindsets and 21st century skills. I think the ripples that we can spread by that and make a difference to hundreds of other kids across the spectrum will be humongous. So I'll leave that with all of you as a call to action. I'm happy to work with any one of you, all of you, through this forum, bringing in UNICEF, UA, and G.A.M.E into service to really build India and the world into a world of entrepreneurs and dreamers who can go on to change the world and make it a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Very insightful, very interesting, and extremely inspiring is what I get from the talk. The kind of effort you have done on the grassroots level, I think, sets a very important example around what schools can actually do, and you have really appealed for the same sort of effort from all the schools, including IB schools across the nation, and the impact can be very, very multiplier. And there is movement building up. Let me try and tell you that a lot of people with their small efforts are actually trying to localize their impact. At the same time, inclusion is what is now the next mantra that is evolving, that we can very carefully see. If you go around and find schools in Pune, I find, I'm from Pune, so Indus School here in Pune is doing a lot. In fact, one of the student I know, his name is Aditya I think he's like 14 years right now. He did throughout the COVID, he was actually leading the forefront by bringing up not only innovation, then a CSR movement by there's something called Suraksha Box, which he
I know. I've interacted with Aditya. Phenomenal work that he's done on the Suraksha Box for
you see, I think
UV lights to
exactly.
sanitize things.
But I'm not sure if you're aware about the world record that he attempted recently.
Yes, yes.
So,
in fact, I think there's so much happening there, Rahul. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. So, yes, there is opportunity. There is a great, movement that can build further, and ASMA will be very happy to see how we can collaborate with Mission at G.A.M.E. At the same time, all other initiatives, around taking entrepreneurship as a key area, and in fact, inculcating leadership itself, becomes a mutual effort across the board. So I think there's a lot to do and lot to happen in times ahead. From ASMA's standpoint, we are right now representing a large community, and our effort is to actually bring more focused initiatives in times ahead. We are launching master classes. We have done variety of publications also. So let us know. I mean, I think I'll touch base with you offline also, that how possibly we can work together to take your mission to ground, at the same time make some impact from our side too. So
Wonderful.
Thank you so much to have you here with us. Thank you so much that you could took out time, in fact, today. It's going to be very interesting day ahead. There are 4 sessions from here, touching various subjects, and we have a galaxy of speakers coming our way. We have already Mr. Kells joined in from International School of Riga. We have many more, important personalities coming ahead. If you have time, please stay tuned, and we'll take things ahead from there.
Sure, yeah. Thank you so much, and look forward to working with all of you in whatever form of.
I wish to ask you one more thing, like, because you represent, you're working closely with UNICEF also. So what kind of initiatives UNICEF is, driving in India with respect to, impact in the school side? Is there any such thing in?
Well, absolutely. In fact, I'll share with you a large initiative that we've taken up called Yuva. So far, UNICEF has been focused mostly on the adolescent population, but we have now taken and expanded the definition to include 24-year-olds. So 10 to 24-year-olds are the thing. UI itself is looking at various initiatives on employability skills, on 21st century skills. We've launched a massive program called Young Warrior Next, and a change maker series around innovation. In fact, right through COVID, we had over 5 million youth who participated in a large program that we created with the Ministry of Youth Affairs called COVID Warriors. It was called the Young Warriors, where these 5 million youth on a platform took actions to save their own, protect their own, not just their families, but also 10 other neighbors and friends by providing appropriate information, dispelling vaccine hesitancy, so on and so forth. In fact, we did a huge initiative with CBSE to spread this message through art forms, culture, music, so on and so forth. So the idea of UI is really, as a platform, what can we do together to come together to create awareness, to increase exposures of youth towards entrepreneurial mindsets, 21st century skills, and eventually to start making a difference to the community around them. Right. So I'll be happy to share more details with you that you can share with all the schools as well.
Brilliant. In fact, we would also love to know a bit more about your current mission game. Would you like to, just tell a bit more about it?
Sure. Games focus is completely around what we call as mass entrepreneurship. That today, if you talk of entrepreneurs, unfortunately, for a lot of us living in the metros, it is unicorns, unicorns, and valuations and billion-dollar valuations and whatnot. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. India also has the unfortunate record of having 68 million MSMEs, but less than 4% of them actually are job creating. 96% of the small and medium enterprises employ less than 3 people. So what we have is a huge missing middle where there's an aspiring entrepreneur who could be a grocery store owner or a library or a bookshop who can then go on to create 5-10 jobs each. And these businesses can be anywhere in the nook and corner of the country. So what we're trying to do is how do you broad base entrepreneurial mindsets across the spectrum, right? If you were to ask a school kid in a tier 3 town, what do you want to be? 9 out of 10 times you'll hear a government job. Okay. Our vision is in 5 years, can we convert that to I want to be a local entrepreneur? Yeah. And how do you bring the respect and the joy of being an entrepreneur back into the community? And how do you get the community to support all this? Right. So we're building it at 3 levels. One is at a mass narrative level. How do you change the narrative around entrepreneurship? How do you work at the policy level to enable entrepreneurs to thrive? And how do you work at the ground level to really inculcate entrepreneurial energy? So we call it as a seed, soil, and climate initiatives. That can you then empower all of these initiatives together so that we can create an entrepreneurial economy.
Fantastic. In fact, this leads me to think about the struggles, I, as an entrepreneur, have had, our schools haven't taught us, the kind of skills which it takes in order to, become fail-proof and think about, taking the entrepreneurship route early in time. Exactly. And I think today's schools and today's university system is getting toward the next, phenomena of building leaders and building entrepreneurs. And I think that is the change we are all talking about here. We are all talking about, how the 21st century learners become future ready and be able to actually face the VUCA world around us. Exactly. So with this, I would like to thank you, Mr. Madan, for spending your time with us. We are really delighted with, the talk that you gave and the insights that you gave, and the messages were very strong for us to carry back home. With this, our next forum, next panel, speakers are here. Welcome, everyone. I'll hand it over to Mr. Rahul Binoy to take it ahead from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rahul, sir. And before moving on to the panel discussion of the day, I'd request the backend team to play a short video. Thank you so much, team. Now, with that being said, let's move on to the first panel discussion of the day. I'd request the audiences to keep themselves engaged by dropping down their questions in the chat box for our speakers to take up. The topic of discussion is perks of enrolling into IB curriculum for the 21st century learners. I'd like to warmly welcome the eminent speakers we have in here today with us, starting from Mr. Shane Kells. He's the director of International School of Riga. Prior to this, Kells has been an educator and administrator for the past 32 years in several countries around the world. Kells started career as an elementary teacher at E.E. Oliver Elementary School in Fairview, Alberta, Canada, and worked there for 6.5 years. He was first a teacher and later an administrator at the Technical Studies Institute in Abu Dhabi. Kells became the founding head of school at Utiloi International School, Zhengcheng near Dongong, Guangdong Province, China. The school opened in 2002 and Kells remained there as head of school until 2007. From there, Mr. Kells was directed at American International School in Kingston, Jamaica, and now at ISA in Riga, Latvia. Mr. Kells has been the head of school at 4 IBTP schools, having implemented the program at one, and has led the others through accreditations. Thank you so much, Mr. Shane. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Donnah Ciempka. She's the head of school of Ascot International School. She's the dynamic leader who has worked in education for over 20 years. Ms. Donnah has driven exceptional teaching and learning practices that are at the forefront of education today, with an intentional focus on curriculum design and instructions. She is highly qualified with a Bachelor of Education with honors in early childhood pedagogy, advanced certificate, school leadership, and positive education. Ms. Donnah is an experienced international baccalaureate educator who has supported schools across Asia for the last 10 years. Having worked in such schools as Western Academy of Beijing and Geelong Grammar, she brings to our community a diverse understanding of international education and what it means to be an IB World School. She has held many roles throughout her career and is also a recipient of several accolades. Thank you so much, Ms. Donnah, for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Dr. Usha Reddy. She is the CEO of Meridian's group of schools. She's an alumna of Rishi Valley School. She's a renowned educationist in the Twin Cities and has an impeccable track record in the field of education. As the CEO of the education vertical, Dr. Reddy has a clear vision to take the education vertical to the next level by creating a pan-India status. Dr. Reddy's dedication to building schools that develop the moral fabric of students who are rooted in Indian culture and tradition, but at the same time have a modernistic approach is attuned with her personal beliefs. Dr. Usha Reddy is well known as a proponent of the CBSE initiatives and is a CBSE master trainer for various programs and has trained many principals and teachers. Her latest achievement is being conferred the honorary professor title by Oxford Union at Oxford. Thank you so much, Dr. Usha Reddy.
Thank you. My pleasure.
The moderator of this August panel will be Ms. Surabhi Goel. She is the CEO of Aditya Birla Education Trust Schools. She is a qualified chartered accountant and brings 20 years of experience across finance, project management, operations, budgeting, branding, and marketing. Currently, she is the CEO of Aditya Birla Education Trust Schools, Aditya Birla World Academy, the Aditya Birla Integrated School, and Aditya Birla Education Academy. She has also worked at large multinational organizations such as Arthur Andersen and ICICI Bank. Her keen interest in the field of education then drove her to work with Z-Learn, where she set up their first international school in Mumbai. Thank you so much, Surabhi ma'am, for joining us. Once again, I welcome you all and thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Over to you, Surabhi ma'am. You may take up the discussion forward now.
Thank you so much, Rahul. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really excited to do this today. And, when I was listening to the introduction, it's literally like having the entire world come together in one space because you all have all worked in so many different countries. So I can't really wait to get started. So let's just dive right in. IB is becoming very, very popular in India. Every year we have new schools mushrooming, not only in tier 1 cities, but across the country, even in some of the smaller towns. I wanted to start with you, Shane, now that you worked from Canada to Abu Dhabi to China. What do you think the IB does so well? How does it foster the 21st century skill amongst young learners?
Thank you. It's a good question. The IB is, for those who are not entirely familiar with the IB, the International Baccalaureate. It's been around for a long time, and what it was initially aimed at is probably not what it's aimed at now. It's evolved and changed over the years. I think if I were to say what it is about the IB diploma that makes it, well, every interview I've gone to, I've said, I want my child or children to graduate from an IB diploma school. And the reason is I want them to become citizens of the world. And I want them to have an international mindset that my son's in university now. He's never lived in Canada until now. He graduated from Canadian International in Bangalore with his IB diploma. And it's not about being in another country. That's not what makes one international. And the fact that you're taking an IB diploma isn't in and of itself enough. It's what the IB diploma program at the individual schools. It's how they drive the education using the framework of the IBDP, the IBPYP, and the MYP. Full disclosure, I've been ahead of 4 DP schools, PYP schools, never done the MYP, so I haven't got a lot to a personal experience on that. I'm going to keep that answer short just because I know you probably have a lot of questions you want to ask.
No, so thank you, Shane. I mean, I think what you're trying to say is that the IB does help in making children global citizens, so irrespective of where they really come from, they have, a global outlook to things that they do. Moving on to you, Donnah. So again, how do you think the IB is able to have best practices or modern pedagogies, and what does it do to be able to develop the critical thinking skills and the research skills which are so relevant for our young learners?
Absolutely. And I think from where I sit, it's that continuum of pedagogy, the philosophy and the approach from our youngest learners right through to our graduates. It's putting the learner at the centre. With every model of the program, whether it be PYP, MYP or DP, that learner is at the centre. And it's that learner making meaning for themselves. So it starts in that very organic inquiry, child-driven, and it grows learners who know themselves. But it also, the framework of which has led me to the IB, and why I'm, like Shane, will seek to work in IB schools, is for me, I cannot find a framework that embeds that notion of social justice or that notion of international mindedness the way in which the IB's framework does. When I grew up, I entered a world where I was the centre of the universe and the world existed around me. IB graduates are not like that. They recognise themselves as being part of the world and actually have the skills and the knowledge and the understanding to be part of that world and to actually make it better. And I'm always fascinated when I hear stories of what IB graduates have gone on to do and that doesn't come from a certain sort of person. It comes from being immersed in an education that challenges you to do more, to seek more, to take action, and to take your knowledge and apply it to the world.
Right, Donnah. So I think that it's a very powerful thing that you say here, that, you've actually seen people who've done the IB program really becoming change makers, really becoming, truly global citizens, in that sense. But what's interesting is that some of the things that you speak about are really, things that every child should have, right? Irrespective of which board they go to or which school they study in. And therefore, my next question, Dr. Usha, to you is this. You worked with several CBSE schools and, you're a master trainer. How do you take in some of the concepts which your IB truly believes in and take that to some of the national board schools in India? And, how do we marry the two without actually, being an IB school, but how do you bring in those concepts into some of the national board schools in India?
Surabhi, thank you for that lovely question. I would like to begin by saying that, it depends on the perspective of the person to whom you're answering, right? And I think the best can always be given to the children because they are the core of everything that any educationist would do. So whether you are from a national curriculum or whether you are from an international curriculum, the clarity that one must have is what is it that we can do best for our children and grab it and start introducing it. And I don't think in any CBSE school also, apart from having a rigid curriculum, as I would put it, the pedagogy was never dictated to any school. So as a school leader, you always had the freedom to deliver the content in the best possible manner. And I realized that when we were converting from a CBSE school to an IB school, right at the first workshop, when I put our vision and mission statement across in the workshop, I found there wasn't a word that I needed to change. Right? So I think that, you can do the right things irrespective of the board that you belong to is one. And I believe that, if what's happening in India, if you look at what's happening in Delhi in the government schools, I think they're just picking the best practices and converting it into an IB atmosphere there, right? And creating that environment because they do believe that that's going to be great for the children, which I think is a fantastic move because we don't want to work in silos. Just because it's an international curriculum, welcoming it or not welcoming it. And the best part is that people have this assumption that it is very, very expensive, right? I understand that when people talk of IB schools, the fee is like phenomenal. And that deters a lot of parents from actually getting it in. But I think deliverables can be made, I think at even a nominal cost, as long as we're focusing on what can we grab. I, for one, I think when we were changing over, what I liked about IB is that right through the PYP program, we focus on the attitudes and skills as well. So when we talk of, very rightly by my co-panelist, Donnah was saying about the quality of research, or the assignments that you were talking of, that would give them a broad perspective. These traits are imbibed in the children as part of pedagogy. And I think that becomes a habit, as they progress to the senior classes. I think even if I weren't an IB school, I think these are things I would recommend to any CBSE school, say, because academic honesty and doing research in a creative and innovative manner are traits that our Indian children definitely need to pick up. I think that's one area that I would like to focus on and make sure that, everybody in India picks this up, because training a child to do which is right in a creative manner and to take pride that it's original. And then, you can see the best happening no matter which curriculum you belong to.
Thank you, Dr. Usha. Very heartening to see how you made the progression from, one board to the other so seamlessly. And I think the point you're trying to make is that when you keep the child at the center of everything that you do, I think eventually everything does fall into place. But Dr. Usha, you made a good point about, and this is mainly for all our, participants and Mr. Chain as well as Donnah, that in India, the government is trying to execute the IB program with some of the lower income public schools as well. And that's an experiment that's happening in our capital city of Delhi. And it's it's kind of falling into place. So now I wanted to open this question out, in fact, to both of you. In your experience in working in so many different countries, do you think that the IB, because of the cost of running it, tends to sort of be only for a certain section of students? How can we democratize education, and how can we ensure that the IB curriculum is available to children from all demographics of life? So either of you, if you can just kind of take that question based on your experiences so far.
I'm more than happy to start the conversation. And I actually, one of the places I worked was Melbourne in Australia, and the fastest growing group of schools in the world right now for PYP are Australian public schools, government-funded public schools. And whilst the training and the membership to the IB has a cost associated with it, what it provides is such a rich framework of learning that many government schools in Australia, the statewide education systems, are pushing schools towards it because there's a pedagogical layer of quality assurance in what they do because of the approaches of PYP, the notion of agency, inquiry, learner-driven assessment. That's what people are striving for in good education, so it makes sense to marry it up. Similarly, in the United States, many public schools or government-funded schools are now going PYP because it creates that framework for learning and it provides that richness of professional discussion for the teachers and the staff and the guiding framework of candidacy evaluation that you get through the IB.
Right. So do you think that, again, Mr. Shane, do you have any examples of where you think the IB is actually being taught at all different levels and not exclusively, for the elitists?
Well, I'll just piggyback on what Donnah was saying, because it is a matter of cost benefit. And yes, there are costs, and I won't repeat what you said, but yes, there are costs associated with running the IB program at any level, but the benefits and, the benefits, if you're looking at it at the output level of the IBDP, you're looking at college acceptances. And I think the latest study that I came across was by the International Insight Research Group, and they found that 18%, it's an 18% higher chance of getting into an Ivy League university if you've come from an IBDP program. And I think it even goes higher than that when you're looking at top universities that are not Ivy League. But it really comes down to the cost benefit. If the framework works, and as Usha was saying, with children at the core and developing the skills and attitudes, if that carries through right through to your DP program, the benefits are there. The benefits are clear.
Right. Okay, so again, that's a great point that, obviously, eventually, if you are able to get into a better college and therefore find a better job, it's something that, as students and parents, you may want to consider. But to be able to really deliver the IB in its spirit and it's in the true sense, I think it all depends upon the teachers, right? Like, you need to have a fabulous set of teachers who are well trained, who understand the philosophy at the deepest level before they can actually translate that, to the students. So talking to you, Dr. Usha, turning to you, since you made that transition from a national board, did you have to hire new teachers, or were you able to work with the same set of teachers? And how did you get them to change their mindset, and what kind of training did one have to do to be able to make that transition?
So I think if I can speak for myself from personal experience, I think, I selected my PYPC a year in advance. And, and both of us started, kind of attending workshops, and we got trained. We started training our teachers who were there while they were still delivering CBSE modules. And we just tried to build that excitement in them that, from the following year onwards, we will be making a switchover. I did not recruit a single teacher, believe me, a single teacher, but we just made sure that every single teacher who was there with us underwent some informal training, because, IB, they do not accept what you do internally, and you have to get every single teacher certified after having taken their workshops. So we did that. And to cut costs, we actually invited them over to the campus and got the, training done. I would like to also accept that, we were over enthusiastic in this entire journey. There may have been about 5% of teachers who were not well equipped to take on the rigor, what we were expecting of them. In terms of, because, here you don't have the textbooks, and the vast difference was that, they were so used to teaching in compartments of a particular subject. And here we were making a paradigm shift into teaching through the units or the themes that were there, and you integrate all the subjects. So we thought it was exciting, innovative, and beautiful. Not that we were not doing something to a minor level even earlier, but some of them, yes, were not geared. So you have to, take that risk, test it out, and try to train them or relieve these teachers to do something else. So there wasn't a single teacher that was sacked. And again, there wasn't a single teacher that was employed from outside. We managed with whatever we have. So it all goes to see that if you're passionate and you drive as a leader of an organization, give them the proper training. And I'm sure if they're not had their internal training and right away given an IB training, I'm not quite sure whether it would have been fruitful enough, because it's a slow progress. So they felt when they were actually taking the workshop that they already knew something, right? So that made it easier on them. And today, after 5 years, I can clearly say that they're the ones who are conducting workshops for other schools that are just wanting to convert to IB. And it's so nice that you see that now they've become the mentors in the city.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Usha. Very heartening, and congratulations to you, because I think, it has to be driven by the principal or the leader. So obviously you've done a fabulous job in sort of leading your teachers into this, new curriculum. So, kudos to you as well. Thank you for sharing that. It's, I think, very encouraging for other schools who may want to walk down the same path that, it can be done, and it can be done sort of with the same team. And one can actually upskill them and, get them to unlearn and relearn new skills. But coming to this, Donnah, so how do you think parents perceive the program? How do we get more parents to be excited about the IB curriculum? How do we get them to see that, there is a life beyond just the state board or the national board schools and national schools? Because, there is not always enough awareness, especially in different countries, there may not be enough awareness about the IB program. So how do you really talk to parents and get them to come on board the IB program?
Was that for me?
Yes.
Yep. Look, everyone is an expert on education because we went to school. Therefore, it worked for us. Therefore, why change it? However, I think the greatest thing that a parent can see is a happy, engaged child. And so it is about shifting paradigms. It is about redefining what is quality education. What do we want our children to be? And so from where I sit, it is about sharing with parents the way our world is changing. And the fact that when I went to school, I memorized how many moons were on Saturn and how many different rings were around certain planets. And I've never used that information, but I have problem solved and I've communicated and I've had to take risks and be in an environment that's foreign to me. And so it's about helping parents realize the changing nature of the world and that knowledge alone is not going to make our children successful, and helping them see that journey. And for me, as someone who's worked predominantly in a primary education setting, it's bringing parents in and giving them the opportunity to experience the same sort of learning that their children are going through. When my daughter was doing her IB diploma, I helped proofread her theory of knowledge essay. And I can honestly say I checked for grammar because the content that she was dealing with was at such a high level. I trusted that her arguments were sound and I just worked on the grammar. And as a parent, I could see that my child was educated. She had everything she needed to be ready to face this world, regardless of what her marks were.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's interesting how both Shane and you have had children go through the IB diploma. So you all have seen this whole program, not just as educators, but as parents as well. And, have actually lived through the entire delivery of the curriculum. So that's really nice. Shane, you mentioned about how, you've stated some statistics about how universities, prefer IB diploma students or, they get a better rate of acceptance. I'd like to sort of circle back to the question, what do you think, why do you think the universities prefer IB diploma students? So what is it that the IB diploma students are bringing to the table or bringing to the universities that makes them a preferred choice, all things being equal otherwise?
Yeah, it's again a good question. And I think the easiest way to answer that is when students come back to visit whatever school I've been at after they've been at college, at university, and it's what they say to me, what they say to our college counselor and to our teachers, and that is that essentially something to the effect of, I would never want to go through the IB diploma again. It was horrific. It was so hard, but I'm so glad I did it. It made all the difference because it was the rigor, the discipline, and the time management. I think that is what the kids get out of it, and that's what they take to university. I know that when one particular student I'm thinking of, she said that when I first got to university and I saw the others in my class, kind of freaking out about we have to do a research paper. She's going, "Oh yeah, I've done that," and she's done the research paper. She's done the theory of knowledge. That knows how to cite her research. All she has to figure out is how to live outside of home and sort that out, where her classmates have to do all of that plus figure out how to write a research paper. And so really it comes down to kids who leave an IBDP program have life management. In the program, They've been able to look at time management of how they manage their time to get all of what's needed to be done for the program, plus their personal life, their after school activities, and their personal interests. Plus they've also had to handle the stress management, which there's deadlines that come up, and once you manage those deadlines and come up with a strategy for how to meet the deadlines, you can transfer that to anything. Like the IB is not for every student, but the skills and attitudes learned in the IB will help them whatever they do.
I think, thank you for concluding it like that, because that was going to be my next question. So, I mean, I work for an IB school as well. And often when students are coming to us, asking for advice, seeking admission, they ask us whether, do you think the IB is for our child, right? So like, is the IB program for every child, or, there are some students who may not be able to cope and therefore are advised to probably look for other options. So as school leaders and people who've been in the IB space, what kind of advice would you give, say, a child from grade 10 who were exploring the IB diploma? How would they be able to, kind of know whether the IB diploma is for them really? Or is it for every child and they just learn along the way? Dr. Usha, would you like to take that?
Yeah, thank you on that. Like, I feel like every question doesn't have one answer. I think my answer will not suit everybody either. It depends on the individual child, the parent, and the environment. When I say the environment, it is the financial background of the family, the cultural mindset of the family, and so on and so forth. So, for example, I mean, even today, even being a top-notch school, we're still counseling parents to say, it's not as if, if you want to send your child abroad, it's okay for the sons and not for the daughters. I see that paradigm shift, that's been happening, but there are cases where they say, no, ma'am, I think I may send her for the postgrad, but definitely not for undergrad. So they're still trying to shelter the girls, and, that gender bias is something that really worries me. So when a parent comes and asks us that question, if it's in the lower classes, I feel that they should get exposed to the PYP program, let them experience it. And when it comes to, like what you were saying, at the DP level, then it's a choice that you're making. And when a child is making that choice along with the parent, I think you're also going to see what is my future going to be like and what is my aptitude, right? And you could have a very bright kid who's able to do it all, confident that they may even get 100% scholarship. You may have an average kid who's aspiring to go there, may not have the financial backing, and sometimes even the academic, skills as well. So, at such times, we must take a call and advise them. See, the other thing is, if you look at the vast difference, I think more than the program, I think it is the way in which you're trained to do your assessments here in IB, and the way you're doing your research, you're able to write much better. But if the same child were not to go to a university abroad and were to get into college here, and you're getting back to something which is all, driven by time, and you have to finish so many questions and answer, whether it's memory-based or otherwise, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. But in either of the cases, I would still say it is an individual choice that you make. I have kids who've got into Ivy Leagues when we were not associated with IB. And, 2 months, yes, they struggled with assignments, but then they picked up and they came out with flying colors. So I think even when we visited, multiple universities in US, Canada, and in other parts of the world, what we were told by the admission counselors is that, with CBSE, I mean, we're okay. IB is great. He's right, Mr. Shane, in saying that, they have more access to admissions, but it's not as if they, shun the CBSE kids or something. No, they get into the top colleges and they are faring well. But he's very right in saying that the time management, the written skills when it comes to the assignments and research may be a little bit of a fumble for them, but they will catch on, for sure. So I think, when we talk to a parent, you have to take a lot of parameters into consideration. So there is no one answer for this, as I see it.
Right. Like everything else in life, right? There's not always one answer, and there are different ways of looking at it. How things like in Thailand, like, are the Thai parents open to the IB curriculum now? How do they perceive the board? How do you get more parents to, accept the IB?
We're very lucky that in Thailand, our Thai community really value education. And as at our school, we are a smaller school and have only been offering the diploma for about 4 years. But what we see is parents select the diploma because of the opportunities it provides their children to study abroad and to attend universities elsewhere. And so that is a huge bonus for us. But the other thing is that parents are really interested in, aside from external study, is that component of action and community service and that education that goes beyond just accessing the curriculum. And so many of our parents, expat parents or parents who are in country for a short amount of time, also seek the diploma for A, that element of social justice, but B, that continuity of program.
Right. You said you are like a small school, but I know you work for many, many other schools. Any thoughts on what kind of a student-teacher ratio would IB schools have to maintain to be able to do justice to the program? Do you think, like in India, for example, we have class size of 50 students to a teacher. Sometimes in public schools, we even have 70 to 80 students to a teacher. But to be able to do justice to the IB program, do you think one can actually have so many students in class?
That's a big ask on the teacher. I mean, education is growing and changing, and the expectations change based on the age of the child, what we're trying to do. If we're looking at a diploma level, that's a large amount of work, I believe, for the teacher. And if we look at this current climate of COVID, where external exams haven't necessarily been happening and teachers are required to produce further samples of work, that becomes very, very top heavy for the teacher.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. With the pandemic, I think things have just, the teachers have been thrown at the deep end and expected to kind of swim through, an absolutely challenging environment. Taking that cue, Shane, what do you think have been some of the big challenges for IB schools during the pandemic? And how has the IB board supported the schools? And, any innovation or anything that you think really caught your eye in terms of how did some of the international schools navigate the challenges of the pandemic?
Sure. I'll talk to that. I just want to briefly just comment on a couple of things Usha said. I'm so glad that you took my IB is not for everyone comment, because I was thinking DP when I made that comment. I believe the IB PYP is for everyone. Second thing I wanted to follow on is, again, the advantages that I see of getting the IBDP at university level are initial advantages. Everything balances out. It's just that's that initial comfort. So I just wanted to follow that up. Okay, the pandemic. It's been tough on teachers. It's been tough on students. It's been tough on boards. I don't think the IBO is any different. I've liked some of what I've seen the IB doing as far as working with schools who are on a modified program where they're not in class. They might not even be fully online. They're in some kind of hybrid mode. And so I know that the IBO has changed the way that it's looking at assessment, and that's an important thing. Last year there was looking at different regions who would be assessed differently than other regions depending on their status, as far as being face to face. That worked fairly well, but there is no simple solution to it. What I did like what the IBO has done and is doing is they're proactive. I'm not here to talk about any other negatively about anyone else, but I will say that in our particular country of Latvia, the IGCSE and A-level exams were finally canceled in the spring after they'd begun. And so our students, because we were phasing out A-levels last year and this is our first cohort this year of IB2s, and our students thought they had exams up until exams started, and then it became coursework. one thing I do like about the IB and the how they've adapted for COVID is, I'll just pick a subject area, sciences, for example. The sciences still have all of their internal assessments that are moderate, that are examined by outside examiners. And so it's not like it's just the teacher who's taking selected coursework and saying this is going for marking and this will be the grade. There's still an element of outside examiners looking. And I think just that the IB, I said it before that they were looking at different regions for different models of how they were going to do assessment, but they're open to, they've also been open to appeals from schools saying, hey, we can't do that. And they've been open to that, which is really appreciated.
Right. Yeah, I think being open-minded was the key to kind of surviving the pandemic, right? Because you kind of had to think on your feet and try different strategies, do different things. But I sometimes wonder whether we will lose some of the lessons of the pandemic and just go back to doing things the way they were doing, we were doing earlier, which is probably not the right way to do things. You mentioned about changes in assessment and just the way we're kind of testing children, testing of their learning or testing for their learning, as we often say. Going to you, Dr. Usha, do you think some of the changes that have been made to the assessment pattern should be permanent? Should the changes to assessment be the future, and instead of focusing more on a year-end exam, more weightage should be given to just course material and submissions throughout the year?
Yeah, 100%, because, instead of assessing someone at the end of the year, and we don't know what the situation could be for that particular kid at that point in time, but, learning can change, month on month. The environment can change month on month. Your emotional status can change month on month. So to give the child a fair chance, I think it's great to average it out when it's, through the year. But for me, if I may divert and answer something else, Surabhi, I think things will never and should never be the same once again for any of us, because these are life's lessons. Let's put the pedagogy aside, let's put the curriculum, let's put the assessment aside, but the perspective in which we look at life itself. And, I think that can never change, because we've seen harsh realities of what happened. And, and I introduced a couple of things, if I may share. One is, to have some reflective time, through the day in silence, just reflecting on what things we can do beyond ourselves and make a difference in someone's life. The second thing is to think about all the people who've impacted you through your life and be grateful to them and let them know you're grateful. We've all been so crazily busy that perhaps we should have spoken out things that we didn't. I reached out to a lot of people who had touched my life, and believe me, there were a lot of tears, and I could feel the warmth of their hugs, even if they were so far away. And I do believe that these are life's lessons that we as one global family community, should take note of, and ensure that the well-being of all of us is what should last, and not, in the situation that it's happening. I mean, IB is there, CBSE is there, God knows how many boards are there, but what have some countries done? And what is the backlash that, the whole world has faced, right? I don't want to get into a debate on that, but I think generally as educators, we're not biased about anything, but what we feel internally, I think we got to share with our kids and staff. And I think that's a small beginning. And I hope that ripple will just kind of expand and create that mindset that we should all have. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for sharing that. I think developing a gratitude attitude, as they say, is just so powerful, not just for the people who we reach out to, but even for our own selves. It can just give you such a beautiful feeling of just being humane. And I think even developing resilience amongst children is is one of the biggest lessons I think they have hopefully learned over the last 18 to 20 months. And we continue with that journey. So thank you for sharing those tips. I'm sure, all our listeners would also benefit from that little advice that you had. I'll turn to you, Donnah, because you work with the younger children as well. Anything that you did, with the children to make them accept the whole reality about the pandemic, making them feel comfortable, and just generally, what are some of the things you did for their mental health, and ensuring that they, kind of cope with this whole uncertainty in the world?
Wow, big question. Good question. I think I probably carry on from what Dr. Usha says, is that COVID's forced us to stop, and it's forced us to look at what we do and look at where we were at and reflect and say, what are the great and the wonderful and the positive things that we have in our life, and what are the peripheral things we can remove. And I think when working with all children, all the students in our school are children, even if they're 19, it is about recognising the importance of connectivity, the importance of relationships. And I think that for me is so easy to do in person. But as educators, creating those times and creating those frameworks where people can talk, people can have those relationships, the art of conversation is so important. And whilst it's challenging online, that to me is one of the biggest focuses when we return, teaching children to sit and play together and have a conversation where they're not raising their hand and unmuting themselves, that natural reciprocal nature of talking to someone. They're the things that we actually need to focus on with our students. We've done really well to delivering the curriculum online. However, I think for me, that's the big piece, is creating that family and those relationships again within the school.
Yeah, I was speaking to one of the principals in Mumbai the other day, and she said, we'll have to really start from teaching children where to keep their water bottles to how to hang their bags, because, there are kids who've never really been to school. The ones who are in kindergarten have just been sort of attending school online, and they've never really ever gone to like a formal school. So it's literally starting at sort of that level. So I understand the challenges, and we can't all wait for our children to come back, right? Like, it's just a happy place to have children back in school. But I'd like to really ask, and this is open to all three of you, Shane, because you also work with diploma students. What do you think is the future of schools? Do you think hybrid is here to stay? All our children are digital natives. They have now been at home, and they realize that a lot of it can also be done online, right? I know children are dying to go back to school, but in all honesty, I think there is a lot of curriculum that can also be very, very, efficiently delivered online. And then there are certain things that for which they really need to meet in person and, have collaborative activities. So do you think that hybrid schools actually, have merit, and this is something that may actually happen in the near future? Shane, would you like to take that?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I do believe there's merit, there's value. I was just speaking with a parent 2 days ago, just on my regular parent pulse checks. And what she had said is her daughter would have been happy to carry on online forever. She is not the most outgoing child, and she said my son, on the other hand, would have gone crazy if it would have carried on any longer. So not every learner learns the same way. So there's definitely merit there. I know that it wasn't that long ago, many years ago, when we heard, with computers, it's going to, teachers are going to be redundant and schools will be redundant. I think the pandemic's taught us that's never going to happen, for the reasons that Donnah was talking about the personal connections and the conversations that can happen in a group setting, where you're actually physically together. Something a little earlier was how can we change what we do based on the pandemic, in the future. And one of them is, our parents have overwhelmingly said they want to continue with online parent conferences. It's just a waste of their time to drive across to come to the school. And our attendance is pretty much 100% at some of the levels where it was about 50% before. One other thing I'd like to say is that our IB2 students this year, just piggybacking on what was said earlier, they've never written a meaningful exam in their life. Their IGCSEs were canceled. They were in IB1 last year. Now they're suddenly stuck with IB exams, and they've never written one. And it has to be, with a pen. And they were online for a long time, so those skills need to be redeveloped. Is there a place though? Absolutely, there's a place. I think there's always a place for a hybrid education.
Yeah, because I call this the Stockholm syndrome, where when the victim thinks that they become friends with the captor. So I think that's happening with my son. He doesn't want to go back to school. He thinks this is great. You can just roll out of bed, attend school, get hot breakfast, and all of that. And I'm like, you have to go back to school to remember what all you're missing. But I think maybe perhaps the hybrid may actually happen sometime earlier than later, because I think of the pandemic. Okay, so this has been a wonderful conversation, but before we leave, because all of you are such stalwarts in the IB, I like to have one final thought. Like, if you were to kind of meet somebody who didn't know about the International Baccalaureate or didn't know about the IB program, what would be that one thing that really, really excites you about the IB program, or which you think is like just the most wonderful thing about the IB program? Just one thought, if you could go around the room, and maybe we can start with you, Donnah.
I get really excited about the sorts of people that we're not creating, but we're mentoring, and the difference they will make in the world as a result of an IB education.
Yeah. Okay. Shane, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, for me, it's very similar. It would be the IB learner profile, the 10 attributes of the IB learner profile. Inquirers, knowledgeable, communicators, principled, caring. I'm going to forget the others, but that's, if you can instill that in a child or a young adult, that's what you want, and that's what the IB is.
Okay, Dr. Usha.
I would say there's a lot of kind of focus on the internal, I think, modification of behavior of the child. So if you want somebody to become truly open-minded and a balanced person who thinks about problems in society and probably become one of the problem, solution finders, then I think the acceptance of an IB program, I think, would be great.
Okay.
I truly do not believe that it's not possible with any other curriculum. But I do believe that, when you're trying to infuse it with the pedagogy, and it's kind of a little structured where you're trying to say, like, am I doing all of this for my kids? And then it moves on from one level to the other, So I think that would perhaps be my statement.
Okay. And what would be the one big challenge that you see in being able to execute the IB program, and how do you really try and address that challenge, in your school and in your space?
Honestly, like I said, because we've just introduced the PYP and, in all our branches, I've had no issues at all. And knowing Indian parents, it's if I had raised the fee saying now it's IB, I think I may have felt a little bit of resistance from them because they would not have known of the benefits of the program. The first thing is, how much am I going to shell out, right? And that didn't happen at all. I didn't give them that opportunity at all. We did it at the same cost, right? And we were giving them something different, something more creative, and something that we believed in. So I think it worked out, very well in our favor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Usha. Shane, any challenges that you think?
Yeah, it's just an understanding of what the program is. It is, at different levels, it means different things to different people. I think the focus, although you still follow the attributes of the learner profile and all the way through, what you are looking at in DP and trying to get that across to parents of the values and what it's all about is sometimes more challenging than getting through what the PYP is all about, because it's that collaborative inquiry model that they understand. When it gets to the DP, it's sometimes just trying to get them to comprehend what it is if they haven't had any exposure to it.
Right. Donnah?
I think it's also keeping the heart of why we chose IB programs in our school, and that is that notion of international mindedness. And schools get busy and we get very involved in the process of education, but continually coming back to what's at the heart and those notions of international mindedness within our community can be a challenge because it's something you always have to keep working on.
Yeah, so I hear you on that because sometimes the children really enjoy the program. As educators, we know it's right, but the parents can sometimes have a resistance, or they may not really understand the benefits of why the program is, so relevant for all of us. But you think the IB program can be run in a standalone city school with very, very limited infrastructure? Is this something that can happen, or does it require sprawling campus, 2 acres, and all of that? Or do you think like the PYP, especially Donnah, I would like to ask you, can actually be run from a little building like a small infrastructure school?
I'm a big believer learning can happen under a tree. And if you understand the purpose of why you've chosen a program and you're committed to working and growing the teachers, that it can happen anywhere. Look, a big campus is wonderful. Lots of resources are amazing, but none of that has greater impact than a teacher who's committed to the constructivist approach and is working to deliver that with their students. So yes, it can, but it comes down to how you grow that community and the frameworks you put in place to support the teachers.
Right. Thank you so much. This has been very, very insightful. I really enjoyed my conversations with the three of you. Thank you for being so generous with your ideas, with your thoughts, for sharing your experiences. Rahul, do we have any questions that we may want to take for the panelists? Anything that anybody would like to ask?
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think then everybody's done a fantastic job, right? When you have no questions in class, that means we've all been great teachers and great educators. So Rahul, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to discuss this, because the International Baccalaureate is something that, is really picking up in India, and we have more and more parents who travel widely, who are experienced, who want the best for their children. And they really truly do want to bring up their children in an environment where they're open-minded, where they're global citizens, where they're empathetic, where they identify with some of the challenges of the world, and are truly committed to looking beyond themselves and becoming part of both the problem as well as the solution. So thank you so much, panelists, for being here today, and thank you so much for sharing your ideas. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Surabhi.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that was such an absolute delight, such an insightful and informative discussion altogether. And I'd like to thank all the eminent speakers for all their time and support. Mr. Shane, Mrs. Donnah, Dr. Usha, and Surabhi, ma'am, you did a fantastic job moderating the whole session. And it was such an absolute pleasure hosting you all. And I really hope you two all had a wonderful time as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hope to see you guys in India.
Oh, hope so.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah, that's an open invitation. Looking forward. Thank you.
Bye. So before moving on to the second panel discussion of the day, I'd request the backend team to play a short video. Thank you so much, team. So moving on to the second panel discussion of the day. The topic of discussion is how are the IB institutions fostering creativity and curiosity? And I'd like to warmly welcome the eminent speakers we have in here today with us. Starting with Ms. Sunita Nagpal. She is the principal of Mangalam Global School, Gurgaon. She is a well-known in Delhi NCR's education circuit. Ms. Nagpal is a recipient of FACE International Women Leadership Award in 2017. with 3 decades of experience as an educator, of which 24 years were spent in DPS schools. She has to her credit a vast range of teaching and administrative experience. Ms. Nagpal is a postgraduate in English literature and alumnus of Lady Shri Ram College of Commerce. Ms. Nagpal was also an influencer and committee member of Tandem Education. Apart from that, she has also remained a part of DPS franchise. She was initially a teacher in DPS Vasant Kunj for 13 years, and then she became the headmistress at DPS Sushant Lok, where she served for 4 years. In the next phase, she became the principal of the same school where she served for 3 years from 2015 to 2019. Thank you so much, Sunita ma'am, for joining us on this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul.
Next, we have Ms. Christine Theodore Stayte. She's the coordinating PYB principal of Sekolah Ciputra. Ms. Christine is an experienced educator, education for sustainability expert, and UN climate change educator. She has had a passionate interest in sustainability since she could remember and has embedded ESD in her teaching and learning since she began teaching in 1986. As State has journeyed from the classroom to curriculum development and finally to leadership, she has endeavored to ensure that through inquiry, creativity, curiosity, and action, sustainability has continued to be an integral part of every school she has worked in. The state has also been a research contributor for Peru to UNESCO research paper. The contribution of education for sustainability development to quality education, a synthesis of an international research project, and has been awarded a MSc education for sustainability with distinction from London South Bank University. As a coordinating principal, PYP principal at Sekolah Ciputra, Indonesia, Ms. State brings an experience and passion for sustainability and SDGs into her leadership in order to promote action and to make the world a better place. Thank you so much, Ms. Christine, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Aparna Chanda. She is the principal of Indus International School, Hyderabad. She has been with Indus School for past 12 years before taking the mantle of principal. She strongly believes in Indus ethos and philosophy of innovation as a route to make students' life entrepreneurs. She has over 18 years of experience with the IB curriculum. Thank you so much, Aparna ma'am, for joining us.
Thank you, Rahul.
Now, moving on to the moderator of this August panel, Ms. Annabelle Villamarin. She's the primary school principal of Lancers International School. She has substantial experience in a variety of roles. She has been a teacher, coordinator, grade level head, department head, and school principal. Within these posts, she has liaised with teachers in the planning and implementation of all areas of the curriculum. As school principal, she is equipped to mentor and coach teachers in promoting international mindedness, academic excellence, concept-driven teaching and learning, and sustainable education. She empathizes with all student concerns of both academic and pastoral nature to ensure a high level of motivation and success, along with being able to meet curriculum heads and teaching staff to appraise various levels of achievement. She is passionate about contributing to the development of the primary year program, and as a member of the management team and an IB educator, she develops strategies that ensure significant progress of the program in the Asia Pacific region. Thank you so much, Ms. Annabelle, for joining us. And once again, I welcome you all. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Over to you, Ms. Annabelle. You may take up the discussion forward now.
Thank you very much, Rahul. Good afternoon, everyone. I am delighted to moderate our discussion this afternoon. Recently, there has been much discussion among educators to ensure that all students gain the necessary 21st century skills, including the development of curiosity and creativity during their schooling. The IB curriculum framework has incorporated these approaches to learning in our education setting, and the teachers play a crucial role in guiding and providing tools that help the students evolve and acquire a creative and curious mindset. Virtual tools have become an important element of 21st century learning, Of course, the pandemic has allowed our school community the opportunities to acquire virtual tools. Finding a command of technology can be challenging for both the students and the teachers. Therefore, we support them with the necessary resources as they would be more comfortable with an evolving learning environment. Inspiring creativity among our children is instrumental for their future growth, and the IB is doing a wonderful job at this. I thank in advance ASMA, School Education Leadership Forum, for inviting all of us to share our perspectives on this matter. This afternoon, we will be looking at how IB schools foster creativity and curiosity. And the first question for discussion is, how are IB schools keeping the students well aligned with their creativity virtually post-COVID? So maybe we can begin with Ms. Sunita Nagpal. Ms. Sunita, kindly share your thinking on this question.
Thank you, Annabelle. I think this is something that all of us will agree with, that the pandemic has in fact given us opportunities to explore more and more means of encouraging creativity in our children. Pre-pandemic, we were all on a tried and tested path. And then when the pandemic hit, it was so sudden. It was almost like teachers being dropped mid-ocean and having to swim. Well, IB schools were always equipped with better technology and technological skills. However, there were many, many tools that teachers discovered. They used their design thinking skills to plan and strategize how best they could use the Mentimeter or Canva or the various tools, Flipgrid, etc. I'm sure all of us are so familiar with all these tools now. And it kind of gave even children the ownership of using these tools, because they were sitting in their homes remotely and delivering what the tutor was expecting of them. So everybody kind of worked together, collaborated, and all these are IB profile of every IB learner. And they collaborated well. They managed to swim very beautifully through these initial tough months. I'm talking about last year. Now, if you ask me, everybody's become a pro at it. So even in the classroom, if you enter in the virtual classroom, the children come up with more ideas. And, so there is more choice, there is voice of the child. And there's ownership to what they are bringing out, whether it's their project or it's their general learning. It's proven to be a wonderful journey. I won't say it was without hurdles. Initially, everybody kind of rose to the occasion, struggled. Parents were very supportive, I must say. And they also pitched in, and it turned out to be a wonderful learning. And I would say that going forward, there's a huge takeaway from this entire time. So I would say that creativity was very, very easily fostered through the pandemic. So so much so.
It looks like a blessing in disguise, Ms. Sunita, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Thank you for sharing your perspectives. Now, may I request Ms. Christine Stayte from Sekolah Ciputra to share? Apa kabar, Ibu?
Sure. Yes, I think, I guess, the whole aspect of the creativity via all the different platforms and all the different programs that we were exposed to, and that the children really took on quite readily. I think that's kind of been covered. I think probably as far as creativity goes, I think, the approaches to learning were was that area that really was something that was just becoming a focus point in our teaching and learning, particularly in PYP. And I think, that's where the creativity was really coming through, and unexpectedly. So, when we look at the students reflecting, we had a very one-size-fits-all way of reflecting prior to COVID, but giving the students a variety of tools, a variety of pathways to reflect, really showed us how creative they are. Not just in, collaborating with their colleagues and with their peers and producing and learning, but then in their reflection. So I would think my short and sweet answer is that the creativity I really saw come through was in their ability to think about their learning and reflect on their learning. And the many, many ways that they could do that. And their creativity in that was really mind-blowing sometimes, especially when you looked at their PYP exhibitions and how they reflected on that process. So, yeah, I'd say the creativity in reflection was really something special that happened. COVID and post-COVID, as we move into whatever stage we're in right now.
Yeah, that's correct. And I do want to extend what you said right there, that I think the structures that we have in the IB schools really help reflection and reflective thinking at the core of all the things that children do. Thank you so much for that. Now may we invite Ms. Aparna from Indus International School to share perspectives.
Thank you, Annabelle. Yes, I do agree with my other panelists in terms of what the COVID brought in. But there are a few things that I would want to reiterate, that I, as an IB school and as an IB curriculum, I feel IB is IB is not perhaps talking about a curriculum, but IB is talking in terms of a philosophy. Right. So when it's a philosophy, it gives me that bandwidth to explore. And that, I think, is perhaps the USP of IB. And pertaining to the COVID scenario, I think the collaboration went to next level. Because when we were delivering IB curriculum, whether it's PYP, MYP, or DP, in a classroom, it was probably collaboration with a local school or things like that. But now I think the teachers, they just went completely worldwide. Yeah. And in the true sense, what IB envisioned probably in 1968 is actually coming to a reality, where they were connecting with their peers and thinking, how are they doing things out there? And I think that always that outcome was given to us, that especially if you think of a senior class, that there was always going to be some assessment, whether it was in the form of an e-coursework, which the earlier speaker was talking about, or in terms of other assessments for grade 10. So there was never a chance that there won't be an end of the year assessment. That would never be happen. And PYP, of course, was doing it in its own way. So given that that was there, so we were becoming very, very creative as educators, as leaders out here, and of course teachers, to see how the learning could still continue. And I think two things, if I was to put forward, one was the collaboration and the connectedness or interconnectedness which got brought in. And the second thing, which I would also say, that this pandemic threw a lot of journey, especially for all the children, towards inside, right? So they were coping with what was happening outside their homes. And some of them had very, very creative and innovative coping strategies. And in this whole journey, I think the whole learning went from being cognitive to metacognitive. Right. So many a times these children were actually thinking, how am I learning? What suits me best? Is it something that I attend the lessons of my teacher while it's going on, or do I look at the recording? or do I look inward and take help from other resources? So I think the journey which the children took into their own learning, the style, I think few of these things made the whole process very, very creative. So I think that's where the IB should be given credit to, and of course the schools too.
Of course. And I do resonate with your thinking that extended what Ms. Christine said with regard to reflective practices. You mentioned metacognition. As such, creativity and curiosity equip our students with abilities to learn and think critically. Curiosity is a quality of mind, and it involves an interest in knowing or learning about something, followed by a desire to search for information. And we have tested this time and time again with our children while they were going through all the materials and resources provided by the teacher. A child's curiosity gives him or her the strength to face difficulties. And this is what our speakers have shared just now. If a teacher finds interest in their students, then they are likely to become curious about the subject. And by encouraging children to explore, we assist students in developing strategies for lifelong learning. We always mention that in the IB. I just want to add here that play-based learning is an important part of curiosity. Of course, since I deal with littlest children, I really want to highlight the fact that play-based learning helps in developing further the curiosity of our little ones. Play-based learning gives children the opportunity to explore their own imagination, which in turn helps them to develop curiosity, higher order thinking skills, and so on. It's important for the students to consciously think about what they are doing in order to make learning more effective. This is where we spoke about reflective practices and metacognition. This will help them in integrating concepts and understanding them in a better way. Also, it is very important for children to understand the value of time when developing curiosity. I know this is something that sometimes we hush through so many things. We realize curiosity, creativity requires time. Time management is vital for exploring creativity in all of us as teachers and students. Play-based learning can help children in becoming more intelligent and open-minded human beings who are able to see things from different perspectives while also seeing the big picture. That's huge for us in the IB. All right, so now we're going to move on to the second question, and that is what kind of initiatives or what kind of initiative has been taken to identify promising classroom practices that can stimulate the students' desire to learn? So may we request Ms. Christine to start this? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think, when we're looking at a student's desire to learn, especially in these recent times and moving forward, I think some of the best initiatives that I've seen operating in the PYP and the MYP and DP is the connection to real life. And I think that is, when real life is actually not in your real life, as it was during COVID, when your real life was actually, the four walls of your house. That was a bit challenging. But I saw some really great initiatives happening where, children were empowered to look beyond what they were learning and their teachers worked really hard to be able to connect that to things that were actually happening. And I'm going to go now to my work with the Sustainable Development Goals because, at the beginning of the pandemic, there was less mention of all of that because we were so busy coping. And I feel like there'd been much traction made with the students connecting their learning and their real lives to those goals. And then all of a sudden it kind of went away. But I feel that this is really starting to pick up again, especially with COP26 having just happened. So I think I would encourage everyone, if you're looking for, clever ways to ignite that desire to learn, connect it to real life and connect it to the goals because they are connected to everything. And, we talk about all the time, we talk about making the world a better place. That's one of the big things from IB. Why are we lifelong learners? Why are we curious? It's so that we can make the world a better place, so that we can ensure that what we have here, we can continue on for decades to come and generations to come. So so I think connecting to real life is a great initiative that I've seen in igniting that student's desire to learn and empowering students to connect their learnings to the real world.
All right, thank you so much for that. May I now request Ms. Aparna to share?
So I think, Annabelle, what had also happened during this time, and one of the initiatives which I had seen definitely from my group of schools, was we understood that at the end of the pandemic, when a lot of us were looking inward, are we preparing the children for jobs which may not even exist? Because not only in the field of education, there was changes taking place probably in every sphere of life. And one thing which came out, or which emerged very clear, is that the future economy is going to be based on innovation. Right, so we understood, and a few of the initiatives that we brought in, which I can share with all of you, is that innovation curriculum that we brought in. And we thought that this curriculum would be one way that we can address some of these challenges which our children might face when they come out of their schools, either 12 years or 6 years down the line. And this was to create that kind of a mindset. So if you want to create that kind of an innovative mindset, of course, as the topic of discussion today, the first thing would be curiosity, which is probably one step towards it, and then of course leading to creativity, and creativity giving rise to innovation. So one of the initiatives we took during with the help of this curriculum, or through this in our children. But when we were talking about developing creative confidence, we were not looking at, we were in fact asking the students to come up, be situationally aware, look outside their homes. And as Christine was talking about the relevance, so we were also talking to them about empathize with the situation which was around them, and use the design thinking tool to come up with a prototype. Yeah, but this was more in terms of what could I do in terms of problem identification rather than problem solving, which could anyway would have come out with. So the children were asked to use the technique of design thinking through the 5 stages of empathize and their problem definition and things like that to identify problems. So, this was one way we were trying to develop that culture of innovation and mindset in our children. And we did understand that this was something which was triggered through pandemic, that probably the best way to do was treat them and prepare them for the life ahead was through innovation. Right, so that was one of the initiatives we had taken, and yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Aparna. How about you, Ms. Sunita?
Okay, I think Annabelle, pretty much what's got covered by my 2 other panelists. But I would like to lay stress on one more thing that the pandemic kind of highlighted, and it became one of our best classroom practices. A very promising practice, if I may say so, is the socio-emotional learning. Now, we have always had circle times, and we've always had morning meeting sessions with the children and everything. But somehow the pandemic lent a little more depth and meaning to the SEL, and a lot was happening in the different homes. And everybody was remotely connected. So the teachers reached out to the children through these very, very regular sessions that we could have. And I would say it kind of added to the bonding. And, instead of the children feeling that they were left out of school, there was an extra bonding that was happening. And since the school hours school hours had very blurred boundaries. They could get stretched sometimes, and they could just start sometime in the middle of the day. It could just be at any other time of the day that suited everyone. I would say that bond became very strengthened, and a lot of these sessions were happening, and our children came out stronger because It's a fact that we all know that homes really suffered losses in terms of near and dear ones. And we were very afraid that the children would not remain the same. And initially, we never thought that it was going to stretch into so many months, or rather now it's going to be almost 2 years very soon. It's very surprising that when we invited the children, the PYP children, for play dates and all, the children who hadn't even met their teachers physically, the ones who had started with the last session hadn't met their new teachers, they seemed to know them through and through. So I think one of the very promising outcomes was this practice of the socio-emotional learning that happened through the various sessions, the morning meetings and all. So that, I think, was a wonderful thing that happened.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Sunita. I think IB schools have been at the forefront of developing best practices in education. We can incorporate anything and everything, and it has to be contextual. Research has proven that IB schools have students who are better prepared for the demands of future careers, and the standards that we follow help our teachers, our school community to set the best example in developing curiosity and creativity in our students. I just want to share a few more examples of classroom practices that can stimulate the children's desire to learn. Of course, we mentioned a few of them. While encouraging play-based learning, I mentioned this a while back, it's important to make sure that the teachers do not leave the children unsupervised and unsupported. So I think this extends that concept of social and emotional learning connection. This is critical for helping students spot their own mistakes and correct them. So maybe we went back to metacognition and self-assessment. When students know how to self-assess, they're more able to develop a growth mindset. I also want to highlight the importance of being aware of the capabilities from our children. This was mentioned a while back by Ms. Aparna regarding the innovation mindset and the design thinking. For example, children tend to lose motivation when they have been given tasks that are above their capability level or are too easy for them. So in such cases, there's a chance that they might not do work at all. So I also want to highlight that to develop creativity, schools need to encourage students to incorporate real-life examples, exactly what Christine mentioned a while back, into their inquiries. By doing this, the students will be able to connect with what they are learning and increase their ability to critically think about issues. I thought this was something that's very tiny, but I realized how important it is, and that is to encourage the students to work in groups involving not only just their peers, but their parents to help them develop their ideas further. I know that we've seen this happening. It's like preparing a lesson plan for one child or one class, but actually you have to know that there is a mom, a dad, a grandmom, a granddad, a brother, a sister behind that screen that you're looking at. So flexible groupings need to incorporate those people, isn't it? And flexible groupings have been most relevant in creative discussions. Students learn to listen and bring in others' thinking in the learning design. And of course, finally, I just want to extend this, exploring and following their hearts while asking questions. So these are things that the best things about education helps students to be curious about anything that they want. We should allow students to develop their ideas. And of course, with time, feedback, revision, students can create masterpieces. This means we need to revisit the topics or content that we need to cover. And for me, it is more uncovering than covering. This is what we talk about in our schools. I would spend more time on areas where students will uncover concepts versus just covering content that sometimes they don't even use anymore. All right, so that leads us to the third question. As an IB school educator, what is your approach to fostering creativity and curiosity within students from higher classes, this time the older ones? So maybe start with Ms. Aparna, please.
When we talk about higher classes, first I want to say that PYP, the general belief is that children are naturally curious, children are naturally creative, And it's often said with a little bit of regret here, saying that teachers kill creativity, as they go up to higher classes. So I think in terms of the IB curriculum, I think that's the one of the best curriculum that I know of, which is at least making an attempt to instill and sustain that creativity in students through its curriculum. And I think in terms of, if I can be a little more specific, that I thought during this entire pandemic, and of course even otherwise, the experimental sciences, I think the children were always thinking of to do their investigation or their their extended essays in a set pattern. If it's experimental sciences, I need to do an experiment, and there needs to be a certain setup out there. But I saw during this pandemic, it was amazing, because children were looking at things in and around their homes, conducting experiments inside, and still following the whole process of research. So I think and that was because IB has this kind of an the bandwidth for children to be creative, because they were only looking at instilling the process, but not looking too much as to what was happening there. So I think those, and then to be a little more precise, I was looking at the theory of knowledge. So a lot of collaboration. So when this theory of knowledge, was being dealt with in the higher grades, especially at the diploma program, it is usually done in a manner where there's a group of children who come and they talk about their perspectives under this. But now it was out there. I saw my own school and few other schools out there discussing about TOK in a manner where they were not getting perspectives from their own classmates or peers, but it was all around. So I think a lot of this was facilitated not only by IB and the things which existed already there, or the components, but it's because of the world having shrunk because of the virtual scenario to which we were all pushed in. So I think some of these IB components and the flexibility that it gives, and the innovation that we were all forced to bring in because of the situation that we were bringing. I think all of this made the students of the higher grades very, very aware that they had to raise to the occasion. And I think, so that was some of the situations which made us creative.
Yes, I agree with you. I know the older kids have started exposing themselves to a lot more perspectives than before, because I like what you said, the world has become closer because of technology and this pandemic. All of us coop at home, we decide to just connect with other people. Thank you so much. Now, Miss Sunita, how about you, ma'am?
So pretty much what Ms. Parna said, one has had a lot of opportunities to roll out some hooks and baits for fostering creativity in children. So when they are in school, there is a natural tendency for the teacher to kind of mentor and guide, so that things take a predestined path, much as it should not, if we have to allow creativity, but it just happens, and like she rightly said, a child is born a naturally curious problem solver, trying to ask questions, why this, why that, and then unfortunately, yes, to some extent, maybe we kill the creativity by kind of having streamlined paths where we want them to tread. But what happened during this entire remote learning time? So if it was a theme-based project or a theme-based assembly that had to be put up, the bait was out for the children, and they kind of, the senior children especially, they kind of put their heads together to do something that the teacher hadn't dreamt of, So they did it in a certain manner that came as a surprise, but a very, very pleasant surprise. And we were shocked at the skills that the children came up with, because they learned online a lot of new skills sitting at home. And like I said, there were no bell timings. There were no day end, calling it the end of day, school day. So children spilt over into the evenings, collaborating and designing and preparing to project some project or some work that they were assigned. And that really brought out the creativity to such a phenomenal extent that was not really fathomed by us. And it was remarkable to see them making films, see them making presentations the way we had not really thought of. So I would say that leaving those hooks and baits for them was a fantastic thing that happened. And that kind of led to a lot of creative pursuits in the senior children, in the older children.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sunita, for that. And how about you, Ms. Christine?
Well, I'd like to just follow on from what Miss Sunita was speaking about, because I think as well as the hooks and the baits, I think there was the vulnerability of the teachers that was, I don't want to use the word exposed, but that became obvious to the students because we were all thrown into this muddy, muddy water with a very limited skill set. And I think the students, the older students especially, sort of saw that, yes, okay, the teachers were learning at the same time, in many occasions, you know. So this vulnerability of the teachers also empowered the students because they were seeing their teachers trying things and sometimes failing. And that really gave them confidence to do the same. So, you know, we talk about the growth mindset and we talk about not being scared to fail. But I think this opportunity, you know, presented itself to everyone. And in seeing the vulnerability of the teachers and their real addressing of the growth mindset in trying and failing and trying again, the students were encouraged to do that as well. I think also the way that curiosity and creativity is really instilled in the higher grades as well is action. And, you know, I think in all of this time, as I think it was Ms. Sapana mentioned, the students were called to action. You know, they're thinking about the world, their understanding of different perspectives. They were really looking now and understanding what it meant when we say, now that you know this, what are you going to do with your knowledge? What are you going to do with what you have now? And I think they felt also empowered to act on their knowledge, to act on their learnings. So, you know, when you're called to action, particularly, and I keep going back, but particularly through the Sustainable Development Goals, then students, you know, they had to become creative to solve problems, to innovate, given, you know, we talk about all the things that we need to provide for students to experience success. And that's, you know, to provide those scaffoldings, to provide that design thinking framework so that they can turn their creativity into innovation and then into action. So, you know, I think that, you know, that's the way that our students really in the higher grades were able to and continue to be. And I think this is not new in the IB, but I think it was really, really, you know, nourished during this time, because for the first time the students actually really felt like this was their stage, and they stepped up.
Absolutely, I agree with that, because I know that many of our teachers needed to acquire new skills. And you're right, the kids are better at acquiring it than the teachers. And I have visited the class and a student would say, Miss Annabelle, why don't you share your screen because it's buffering for Miss so-and-so? And maybe Miss Annabelle, you could, you know, I was so surprised by that. But at the same time, I'm so delighted to hear a student really volunteering and telling in an assembly, you know, Miss Annabelle, why don't you do this or this and that? So this is essential for helping students develop their curiosity, all of these experiences that we have. And I mentioned the blessing in disguise, this entire pandemic. Of course, this helps them in developing a sense of purpose too around their learning goals and creating a lifelong learner mentality. Our program is our IB programs are all about curiosity and how our students make connections. We need to teach them what is real and what is relevant for the learning, personal life experiences, and future career paths. By helping our students make these connections, we can inspire curiosity in them. Our older students are actually more eager to prove themselves. And this is something that we have experienced. It is a perfect avenue for showcasing creativity and curiosity. And Kristen mentioned, this is their stage. Our students are required to undertake a lot of things while engaging with us. And one of the issues that we face with our students is that I think they have so much time that they tend to multitask, like they are doing something on one window and waiting for the teacher to, finish the discussion and then chatting with the friend on Facebook or posting something on social media. And I could just imagine, I've got 2 kids, I could just imagine how anyone could manage that, but they were just so surprising. It's an excellent way of enabling them to develop their curiosity and their interests. We also give our students the opportunity to be creative with our middle and senior school students at the school. And I think 2 years ago, we have adopted the SDGs as well at our school. And what they do is they are given debate topics. Of course, they can independently research on them. We have seen some excellent work come out of these opportunities. There was, of course, here in North India, where I'm at, we are currently facing a very difficult moment with pollution. And because of that, many of the students decided to create projects around helping our community. A child volunteered to provide plants to every classroom and propagated the plants before the pandemic, and because she was working on her SDG project. So again, at our school, we try to encourage students to take risks and be more creative in their learning by giving them more freedom. If we didn't give that time or opportunity for the students, the stage for them, I don't think the call to action will be responded to, so we really need to provide a stage for them. Learning becomes a lot more fluid for them as they are not constrained by certain rules or limitations that might hamper their curiosity about learning new things. So I've got a couple more questions, but I got curious to know about academics and co-curricular activities. So the next question would be, apart from focusing on the academics part, what are some of the co-curricular activities that you guys have at your school and that you think can help children in their development? So maybe we can start with Miss Sunita this time.
All right, thank you, Annabelle. Co-curricular activities are termed co-curricular because they have to go with the scholastic curriculum as well. And they not only enhance it, but they also kind of substantiate the learning. So in our almost all schools, I'm sure, there are there's this practice of having clubs. So right from climate action club, like you would say, your student had prepared and propagated these plants to be distributed in the classrooms, because we know that plants give out oxygen. And so the children through the year are engaged in these club meetings, which are organized on Saturdays. So the children actually take time out of their free time as well to be part of the clubs, other than the designated time in the timetable. And there's a lot of brainstorming that happens in these clubs, like the Climate Action Club, the public speaking clubs, the clubs for even cookery. You have a club. And now, very recently, there's a club for innovation where they are doing coding and using AI. So all these co-curricular activities through these clubs are, the time when children are at their, they're full of beans at that time, they're full of ideas, they're full of explorations. And we feel that we give them the right opportunities. And it is a planned curriculum. And yet at the same time, it's not as if the children are constrained. They can explore possibilities. They can come up with projects, and there are organizations that encourage participation from such children who come up with new ideas. And so we have tie-ups with organizations like the Aspen Leadership Program, the TGELF program, wherein these children can take their projects, put them out, do the economic viability, the feasibility, the workability of these projects, and have them assessed by industry people so that it can be made into a possible implementable project. So the clubs come out very, very as very pulsating time for the children. So I would leave it for the others to talk about how the various means. So I just wanted to mention just one of them where we promote co-curricular activities.
Of course. Thank you, Ms. Sunita. And I will be inviting you again later on if we finish sharing ours, so that you can continue to share some more, if that's okay. Sure. All right. So now may I invite Ms. Christine to share?
Yeah, sure. So I guess we would be active in all those kinds of clubs, in the house activities as well. I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure most schools now, participate in house activities, and they're always related to non-academic activities, some fun, some learning. Ours always go around, different events that we're having at school, like Book Week or, specific international celebrations. But I think you mentioned, linking up with different organizations to further like entrepreneurship and innovation. And I think that's really important too. I think another thing that's really important is for the children to be involved in festivals and competitions. So not just competitions, but festivals where they can showcase as well without having to be in that competitive environment. So where you give them options, where some children might not want to compete but want to show. So I think those are also great co-curricular activities as well. And I think, those things that we talk about, the mind, the body, and the soul. So, co-curricular is, as Sunita said, operating at the same time as your curricula. So ensuring that there is a balance of academics and the arts, ensuring that there's a balance between sports and other activities, ensuring that there's a balance between all of that and things to do with the enrichment of the soul, mindfulness, where the students are, encouraged to think deeply about specific things, a little bit of meditation where they learn to breathe and calm, and of course, as what I started off with today, reflection, because if they are able to balance mind, body, and spirit, then they are in a very beautiful place to be able to reflect. And as you said, metacognition, their self-efficacy, they're all really, really important parts of who they are and how they learn. And that can only happen when you've got a balanced learning environment, which can only happen if you have co-curricular activities. So, yeah.
Yes, we do have house systems, and at my school, we have inter-house competitions as well. Now, may I invite Ms. Aparna to share her thinking?
Yeah, thank you, Annabelle. I do agree with my other panelists, but I also want to add that in terms of when we say the co-curricular activities, I somehow, want to emphasize the fact that, in fact, they are part of the curriculum, not extra curricular activities or co-curriculum, because I feel the 4 pillars of knowledge are, when we talk about in terms of academics, it's still knowledge about. But when we do this, because most children learn by doing. So when they are involved with something which is more experiential, that knowledge becomes knowledge to do. And when they are co-constructing that curriculum, whether it's activities or what is happening inside the class, so then that becomes knowledge to be. Yeah. So I think when we move from one pillars of knowledge to the other, I think co-curricular activities become probably a part of the curriculum and not co or extracurricular activities. Coming back to what we were doing in our school, and again, I'll limit myself to curiosity within this pandemic. I should share that, normally these activities are either an Indus day or a school day or probably a sports day, but then the creativity was completely unleashed by my students, in the past 2 years. They were having a virtual marathon, and this virtual marathon became a global marathon, things like that. So they understood that there was no way that I could go onto the ground and probably exercise. So they started with cycling for about 10 minutes, and somebody sitting in Latvia or some other place was taking the rest of the, from the chain from there. So that's one of the activities that we did. And few clubs and internships. So this was something which, which I again felt was more experiential, because children were now connecting with people sitting in many parts of the world. So that internships actually is again a lot from knowledge about to knowledge to do. So that was also something which was happening. And one of the things which I wanted to add from taking off from what Ms. Sunita said was, there are clubs in my school too, but when it was pandemic, because everybody was learning, starting from cooking to attending different kinds of courses. So the children came up with this idea that, why don't we run those clubs, right? So they were very student oriented. So what I learned, I wanted to share. So that's how the clubs in these 2 years are running. And I think as the earlier panelist had also said, that what we have learned from pandemic is something which should continue. I think this was something that we had learned, that given the chance that, and the children were actually, holding, running those clubs and probably earning a little bit of, funds also from that,
Yes.
their cause. Yeah. So they did something like Run for Oxygen, which they earned from the marathon. And then they were buying oxygen cylinders during that, that sad part of the summer, which we were all facing because of the pandemic. So I think some of these activities, I to reiterate, were something, it's a part of the curriculum, but not co-curricular. But yeah, we were also doing many of them. Yeah.
So there is actually no borders between the two. It's actually a part of our program as a school.
I think we should make it probably more seamless and make it more blurred. Yeah.
And you actually reminded me of how the children, and you mentioned student-driven activities and projects were there. You reminded me of a group of children who created a database when we needed oxygen in hospitals. And it was initiated by the students in DP, where they created this database, worked on it, improved on it, communicated to people who needed those. And again, that may not happen, of course, when we are looking at textbook, things that we have to teach the children, but because of the pandemic, the children, given the stage, given the opportunity, took action. And really, for me, I would say 100% that the children learn more from applying their learning than actually us talking to them in face-to-face discussion. So I also want to resonate with you, Ms. Aparna, when you mentioned about the global connection that's there. We do have clubs at our school as well. We've changed their names, the names now to ABLE, which stands for Achieve, Believe, Learn, and Empower. So we sort of remove co-curricular or clubs. We use the word ABLE now. And just so they meet sometimes in the afternoon. Sometimes we put them in the timetable as well, just for discussion and collaboration with a coach or with a teacher. And they are designed by the students. And it's interesting. I thought maybe the kids would say, let's have an extra math class or extra English class, but they decided to change the titles. Of course, we still have the STEM, we have media and technology, there's public speaking, there's leadership and event management. The kids are organizing the school assemblies. There's the young artists organizing themselves, helping each other, coaching with music and the arts. And then there's the entrepreneurship group as well. So just by these titles alone, you can see what our learners can learn and enjoy. as they engage in this co-curricular activities. I just want to share as well that our subject departments at the school also engage in additional enhancements or projects, if you like. To name a few, we have the Leadership Club inaugurating our open library. The concept is to share a book, read a book anytime they want. So it's like the concept that they learned from another country, where there is a community pantry, where people will just give food out in the streets and anyone can just take food and give food for anyone. So it's just like a trust driven pantry, and they applied the same concept here at the school because they learned about it, but this time with books. So they would bring out their books because they're sick and tired. They couldn't buy a new book. So they decided to just put it in a little bin, and anyone can just come to that area and just take a book, bring it home, because now our schools are open face-to-face. Some of them can come and take the book and bring it home. Another student initiative is our happiness tree. So here I want to extend the social and emotional learning here, where we encourage the students to put up a leaf representing their feeling on a particular day. So every day the kids will bring in a leaf and they put it up on the tree. So my little ones would come in with a green leaf, very happy. Another one would be with the yellow, not so happy that day. And then there's a child with a butterfly or with a flower because it's his or her birthday that day. So it's really nice to also celebrate our community coming together. Of course, a group of students want to express themselves, and we have something called the PYP TV, and there are a lot of podcasts that have been created, allowing the kids to reflect on just their daily experiences. We mentioned something about reflective thinking a while back, and I guess how do we celebrate the messages of the children? We have provided them the podcasts to do that. Yes, we also develop competitions. Recently, we hosted the 9th Inter-School Festival here at Lancers, where schools participated in competitions from grades 1 to 8. And yes, we know we want to also develop a balance of different set skills. And I think competitive skill is also one thing that we can develop there. So these competitions range from public speaking, news reporting, mask making, storytelling, and open mic competitions and debates. So we invited schools to come and join the inter-school festivals each year. And it was easier for us this year because it's all online. It was easy to also invite schools from another country. Before, it would just be Delhi NCR schools. And Ma'am Sunita is not nodding because we have invited your students as well to come to our school. But now we've done it online, ma'am. So now we're inviting other schools from other parts of India and beyond as well. So that has provided our students the avenue, the stage to continue to develop their curiosity and extend, of course, what we as an entire community can do. So I've got one more question before we end, and that would be, what would be your advice to teachers or coordinators or leaders of the school, and how they can continue to foster creativity and curiosity at their schools? What would be something that you think, something that we didn't know from before, and the pandemic has taught us, the virtual learning environment has taught us? What would be your advice to a teacher, if you like, or a coordinator or a leader, if you like? So maybe we can start with Miss Sunita.
Okay, just in one sentence, let's not unlearn and undo what we have learned in the last 18, 19 months. Let's take it forward because it's here to stay. It has shown us the way to the future. And like it said that, a different kind of hybrid learning will happen. We now can see what learning in the future will look like. So there's a lot we've learned. We don't need to unlearn any of it. We need to carry it on, bring it into the classrooms, beyond the classrooms, and stay with it. So a kind of an intentional innovation.
Thank you so much. Miss Christine?
Yeah, I think one of those amazing things that happened during this time was the development of feedback, and how incredible that feedback became, not only to support students in their learning, but also to develop incredible relationships between teachers and students. And to be honest, I mean, I heard it so many times from my teachers, how they felt like they really knew the students better. And it was because they were using multiple ways of feedback, of feeding back to students. They were no longer like a tick and a smiley face. That's not feedback. And we've been saying it for years. But until this moment happened, the teachers didn't really get it. And now they've got it. They know that to provide on the spot support for students, to provide challenges for the students, their feedback has to be authentic and it has to be like deep. So I think, my advice would be don't lose this, don't, once we're back in classroom, don't forget about all the different ways you fed back, the recorded messages, the post-it, the virtual post-it notes on the work, just those amazing conversations that teachers had with students that were actually structured in a way to push students forward. So yeah, continue developing that amazing feedback, those amazing feedback strategies.
Thank you, Christine. And how about you, Ms. Aparna?
So I think during this pandemic, our teacher fraternity, as we have been talking from last 45 minutes, is that it triggered our learnability. So our learnability quotient, I think, is at an all-time high. So I would want my teacher fraternity to keep the momentum going. And I think somewhere this whole thing would lead them to reinvent themselves in the process of upskilling and reskilling themselves, because that's what it told us. Some of us had kept the books aside probably 15-20 years back, but now everybody understood. I mean, we grappled with things, but we learned, we became digitally savvy. We have not only become technologically savvy, we become technologically minded. We've started designing our lessons, including the technology integration. So I think this learnability quotient of ours is at all-time high. So use it to reinvent yourself. And I think at the end of the day, I think the teacher should now start thinking, rather than what am I going to teach? Instead of thinking, what am I going to teach? Start going to your classes, whether virtual or physical, to think, what am I learning? I think that mind shift is very, very necessary. And I think they should keep the momentum going.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all of your suggestions and ideas. Of course, this is a new normal. This is a new normal, and we cannot, like what Ms. Sunita said, we cannot unlearn what we have discovered in the past year and a half. And of course, there's always an opportunity to keep improving ourselves. I just want to share that we did an analysis as an IB school. Of course, we have to record the PD of our teachers and ourselves. And we always have about 2 or 3 workshops in a year. But in the recent year, we shoot up to 30 workshops per teacher in a year. And these are all free workshops that are provided to our teachers, and not just here in India, or face-to-face. There are also connections with other countries in the world. And they were able to provide a lot of opportunities for our teachers to keep moving forward and keep developing themselves. And you're right, Ms. Aparna, learnability is at an all-time high. So how do we maintain that momentum? That is a challenge ahead of us. In the end, I would like to highlight that school systems and opportunities, again, provided by the management, the teachers, and the parents, play a critical role in fostering creativity and curiosity in our students. We have to bring all the members on board. Adults at the school need to support the initiatives of students and celebrate them in any way they can. As Sir Ken Robinson rightly said, teaching is a creative profession and not a delivery system. So I thank once again ASMA for allowing us to share our thinking and perspectives in education. Of course, we would like to welcome questions from the audience if you have any. Otherwise, I'll just turn it over to Rahul.
I think we can conclude, ma'am. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. So can I take it up?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Rahul.
Okay, thank you so much. And that was such a remarkable and insightful discussion, I must say. And thank you so very much to all the eminent speakers for joining with us on this wonderful forum for this exciting deliberation. And Miss Christine, Miss Aparna, Miss Sunita, and Miss Annabelle, thank you so much for joining us and have a great day ahead. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. It
Thank
was
you.
lovely
Rahul.
meeting everyone.
Yeah, same
Take
here.
care.
Lovely meeting you all.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
We request the backend team to play a short video. Thank you so much, team. Moving on to the third panel discussion of the day. The topic of discussion is how can the IB CAS program enable students to grow as unique individuals? And I'd like to welcome the eminent speakers we have here with us today. Starting from Miss Shiza AK. She is the IBEN Asia Pacific Continuum Workshop Leader, SPTM Program Leader, and Dean of Academics of Bliss International. Ms. Shiza has been an ardent educator since 2007 with rich and varied experience across various IB programs. She is associated with the esteemed International Baccalaureate Educator Network as a continuing workshop leader, MYB program leader, and school visit team member. Ms. Shiza is an IBDP, MYP examiner, and French educator, presently associated as a Dean of Academics in an IB school. She always looked for opportunity within and beyond her work and profile to expand and implement her expertise, abilities, and skills to see exceptional mutual growth in the field of education. She considers herself as fortunate to extensively work in PYP, MYP, and DB program offered by IB. Thank you so much, Ms. Shiza, for joining us. Next, we have Dr.
Pleasure,
Jayashree
Rahul. Thank
Periwal.
you so much.
Next, we have Dr. Jayashree Periwal. She's the chairperson of Jayashree Periwal Group of Schools. She holds a bachelor's in psychology from Indraprasth College, University of Delhi, bachelor's of education from Indira Gandhi National Open University, and post-graduation in Doctor of Literature from Open International University of Complementary Medicines, Colombo, Sri Lanka. In a span of just 15 years, her journey from one student in a garage to 10,000 students and 10 schools is exemplary. She was recently awarded the Rajasthan Gaurav Award 2019, Person of the Year by Asia One in Dubai, the most influential educationist in India by Asia One, and a school as the most influential education brand. She has pioneered international education in the state of Rajasthan by opening the first truly international school offering the IB and the IGCSE curricula. Thank you so much, Dr. Jayashree, for joining us. Next, we have Ms. Rashima Ved Verma. She's the secondary principal of Prometheus School. She has around 20 years of valuable experience in teaching as well as leading in varied roles in the field of international education. Ms. Rashima's repertoire of engagements include an IB French teacher in both MYP and DP, an IB examiner in French for both MYP and DP, spearheading the MYP authorization at Pathway School Gurgaon as the IB MYP curriculum coordinator and the head of school at the RD school. She currently is the principal of secondary at Prometheus School and is responsible for leading BP and MYP authorization of the school. She looks forward to creating synergies with the visionary leaders, experienced faculty, and the supportive parent body of the Prometheus School to enable to create imaginative space where every child can carve their own path to success. Thank you so much, Ms. Rashma, for joining us.
Thank you, Rahul.
Now, finally, to the moderator of this August panel. She is Ms. Reena Ghosh. She is the IBTP coordinator of Jamnabai Narsi International School. She believes that mentors need to co-create the success story for their students while understanding their strengths and areas of improvement. As per her thoughts, education in the 21st century for the Gen Z is not confined within the four walls of the classroom. It is about equipping the Gen Z learners with the creative experiences and practical exposure to manage their way through the ever-changing, ever-evolving landscape, both in the real and the virtual world. Ms. Ghosh also works as a mini PD coach as a freelancer. Previously, she also has worked with worked as Spanish content writer with MHRD UGC. Thank you so much, Ms. Rini, for
Thank you,
joining us.
Mr. Binoy. It has been a wonderful experience to collaborate with ASMA and meeting such wonderful people here on this platform today.
Thank you so much. And I welcome you all once again. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Leaving the screen to you, Ms. Rini, to take up the discussion.
Thank you so much. I think we have got a very interesting and engaging topic on which we are all going to be talking about. The beauty, the uniqueness that the CAS program offers, which engulfs, which talks about improvising and understanding the creativity, the activity, and the service. So my first question that I would open the floor with is with Dr. Pariwal. Dr. Pariwal, could you tell our audience about why do you think the CAS program has been put as the nucleus or as the core for the IB?
Thank you. Thank you, Rini. So CAS is very, very dear to us. And what I believe is it's also the core of the IB program. You turn out unique individuals in that sense that children turn out to be more creative, they both become very sensitive. And this whole journey is a personal development, which starts and ends with the student's own interest and aspirations. It enables the student's ability to unlock the more weightier questions concerning ethics and global issues for themselves. It's a personalized journey. Individual success in CAS is almost entirely on a student's ability to find meaning and enjoyment in what they do over these 2 years. Be it the rush of winning the game on the school field, or the pride of having organized a successful school carnival, or the sense of empowerment of knowing that they've made a difference after holding a sanitation drive for tribals, or made toilets in the interiors of India, or maybe worked in a special school with differently abled children. It is these experiences that our students will remember, and these experiences that will often play a very huge role in shaping who they are. I think that many of us, it is too easy to, talk the talk, but what we are asking for our students for CAS is far away from the theoretical. It's real ground work in the real world. It's getting out of your comfort zone. It's about taking affirmative action. I've seen students who would sanitize and wipe the table and chair if they saw a speck of dust. These same children have experienced the living conditions of the people in the slum areas. Creatively thought of ways to make sustainable low-cost housing. For children who would frown and get scared of spastic children, have, after working with them, been seen hugging these same children, and they enjoy spending weekends with them, dancing, playing sports, even when they have the option of watching a movie with their friends. I've seen children who've moved from Europe barely knowing Hindi, and working with the community, they have learned some local dialects. This is where I think the IB has been particularly clever in their design of the diploma program.
Absolutely.
It demands that the students, aside from achieving good grades, come out as young adults equipped with lifelong skills of communication, collaboration, and the confidence to take initiative. These are by no means skills that are easily achieved, as many of our students, they have discovered themselves.
Yes, I think it resonates very well. Moving out of your comfort zone is what I think is something that the young students do. And I think the 2019 pandemic has absolutely proven, whatever we had learned, we had to unlearn and we have to relearn and adapt in the new world. Thank you, Dr. Jayashree, for kindly answering to that question. My next question would be to Ms. Shiza. Ms. Shiza, why do you think it is important to instill the concept of chaos in all the young minds? And how would you say that the pandemic has transformed this, their way of looking at the CAS program or IB's way of, because we have undergone a lot of challenges where we couldn't do a lot of things. I recall in our schools, in all previous schools where I worked, we've been to tribal villages. The students have gone in a remote village in Gujarat and stayed for them, created a toilet. But the pandemic absolutely had to look at the changes. So how did your school adapt to that kind of a change?
All right. Thank you so much, Rini. Let me answer your first question. So where you were talking about why we think that CAS is being so important and then how we have adjusted ourselves to the pandemic. Sometimes I wonder, Rini, what is the purpose of education? And being in so many years of experience in terms of, we are doing PYP, MYP, DP. I feel a part of education should aim in developing students to be kind, to be empathetic, to be tolerant, to be respectful. As my previous speaker also spoke about being tolerant about so many things when they're doing. And I think IB, the CAS program, plays a very significant role in it, in the entire teaching and learning process. I feel it's more like a unifying thread that has, put all the things in order across all the programs that we have. When I think about CAS, I think it really makes a difference to the lives of the students. Very certainly, because it provides opportunities for students to think about their own values, their actions, what they can do, and what they can do enough to shape their own identity. I think they go way beyond in, pushing their self and thinking of so many variety of example, like Jayashree just explained about it, right? So I feel of those lines. I also contemplate that encouraging students in CAS is something that cannot have less value in the school. I think this is something so powerful where we evaluate the commitment of all those students and actually pushing them towards the notion of advocacy. We want them to bring in a lot. Moving on to your second question, when you spoke about the pandemic, I think the students have found their own beautiful ways, getting into corporate houses, arranging for meetings, talking to them about the COVID norms, or forget about that. One of the very interesting thing that my students did is going in the corporate area and talking to them about less screen time and giving their kids more time. I think those are some of unique areas which students have found examples themselves. They themselves have pushed their thinking so much that they could find something to do even when they're sitting at home. So that is so wonderful. In fact, some of my students have also involved in making sanitizer with different ingredients which were available. I think these were so amazing to see that they themselves come up with such things.
Exactly.
And I think, I think pandemic has not stopped the whole spirit of doing something for the community, and that is something I loved, totally loved it.
And I think it's the essence. I think that the CAS program needs to be integrated in every nook and corner of whichever curriculum you are learning. It shouldn't be only restricted to the IB, but the idea of giving back to the society has to be inculcated.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Shiza. Ms. Rashima, I have an interesting question for you. What do you think, what are some of the initiatives that as an IB school educator that you have took out for the collaborative and reciprocal engagement of the students with the outer community at your school?
So Rini, I'm going to take out, thank you for that question. And, I'm currently associated with a very young school. We've only been, we've been recently authorized. We are with the first batch of the IB students. So, of course, the
the examples that I can give you from the current school are a little less, but I think I'm going to use my examples from previous schools to talk about some of the initiatives that have been taken so far. But I'm also going to elaborate a little bit about how the pandemic has impacted the choice of projects and the outreach program. I think I resonate the thoughts of the other panelists of how they've spoken about the kind of projects that are being done. The idea is that I think with all the all the challenges that we have faced during the COVID, we've also been able to look at some very huge advantages of working collaboratively and working in an online environment. I think the children have become very comfortable with it. So there are a lot of programs that are now being run, CAS programs, where children are collaborating with actually students from across the globe. Very recently, we had a few of our students working on a CAS project called I think it was Buddies Without Borders. So that's the program. And so what they picked up was that we were students from across the globe. They picked up issues that they found that were important to them. They collaborated. They looked at those issues. They looked at local perspectives. It was a global problem. Each one picked up something that was close to their heart. One of our students picked up about the green fuel, and they talked about the whole, the issue of pollution and the alternate energy sources that we need to look at. So the thing is that I think this is a great opportunity that has come across mostly due to COVID. We could have always done it, but I think without a COVID, we wouldn't have known that we could do it so easily.
Exactly.
So exactly, now everybody's become very comfortable. They've got an understanding of how to connect and collaborate across time zones, how to, so I think the experiences of the CAS projects have become more global in nature. They've actually allowed them to connect with students across the globe and look at, which was one of the main ideas of the IB CAS program, which was to get the children to look at global issues from a local perspective. And also understand that there is a commonality of experience. So what you are facing in your country, in your local environment about an issue which is of global importance, somebody else might also be experiencing it, but somebody else might experience it in a very different way, because maybe you're a producer of petroleum and your country's economy is dependent on that, and so you look at an issue in a very different manner. So I think some of these projects that have come out in this post-COVID time have really allowed students to extend their learning and truly collaborate on a global scale. So that's my first take. The second thing that I want to share is that I think the outreach programs have continued in the same manner, and the way we have structured the CAS program. Although it's very interesting that the CAS program in its true sense is only an IBDP program aimed at grade 11 and 12 students. But I think I think I'm quite sure that I speak for almost all schools that irrespective of whether you offer the IB program in your lower grades or not, the whole idea of the CAS percolates down to the lowest grade. And within our school, what we have done is that although our students lead those projects in grade 11 and 12, we get the other students from the lower grades to join with them to work collaboratively and to understand that how they are working with it. So, so we make more like big project teams. So every student in grade 11 picks up topics, picks up projects that they are, very passionate about. And then they reach out to the whole school community and they ask them that whether they would like to collaborate with them. So, you're creating like a school culture where everybody picks up issues and projects that they feel strongly about. So, there is an opportunity to develop your thinking skills, to engage with issues that are important to you, develop your own personality, as well as learn to work collaboratively. And there is a lot of peer learning that happens. And I think you end up creating a whole culture where these skills are inbuilt. And, from a very young age, we want to encourage children to start thinking of what am I going to lead when I reach this stage?
Exactly.
So the thing is,
and the world would be so different for them. I mean, looking at, sitting in Mumbai and most of you are connecting from Delhi, looking at the smog and the environment and the COP26, these are all burning issues which people have to take their
So we've had students picking up as diverse as, from women issues and hygiene and health to e-waste, and so all kind of projects continue, and it's a whole school community project, and then there is a lot of collaboration with the local as well as the global community. I think that is what is the takeaway from the post-COVID world that we are in.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Rashima. I think it was wonderful. I mean, you really enlightened the audience talking about the kind of the need to understand, the need to give back, and the need to resonate. Dr. Jayashree, I would come back to you again with a very interesting question more. How do you ensure that the CAS program has been integrated in the curriculum in terms of classroom teaching across? So suppose it could be mathematics, it could be a foreign language, it could be humanities. So how does it work as a school community for you, a school?
So CAS, I think, is unapologetic in its demand for students to step out of their comfort zones, find their inner voices, and to recognize the value of strength in numbers. While the CAS program, students are almost forced to act in a real world and also for a cause which is close to their heart. So along with critical thinking skills, when you deal with real people, real subjects, you need effective reasoning, spiritual awareness, meaningful relationships. Creativity ties these together to see an outcome. Artistic creativity can be seen with students designing posters, doodle walls, websites, organizing e-art shows, dance festivals. So creativity is used in how much you communicate with running persuasive digital campaigns, maybe on tree plantations, how you communicate with your local villagers when you do a nukkad natak, or sending their girls to schools to convincing a distraught family member to donate the eyes of their deceased grandfather.
Yes.
I mean, this is done really practically with complete involvement. As a result of this pandemic, millions of students around the globe have had an extra time at home with more resources, maybe limited, which has also sparked a lot of great creativity using the power of internet. I've seen students create YouTube video tutorials, use social media to spearhead their movement on climate consciousness, fast fashion, done huge donation drives on oxygen concentrators, wherein eminent personalities and celebrities were roped in, and a sum of 40 lakhs was collected by 17-year-olds and given to government hospitals. Our children have done it in school. They've actually done it and empowered and impacted the society.
Yes, they've. And this is an experience which they will carry forward in their life.
Correct, Rini, absolutely correct. Despite the constraints of their homes, they found ways to reach out to people, persuade them to run a powerful, impactful campaign. Advocacy is a great creative skill where students found creative ways to speak on behalf of a cause or concern to promote action. I've seen children feeling empowered as they've learned a new creative skill, from 3D modeling to programming language to aero modeling. Self-learning is not easy, but it gives them a sense of accomplishment when they figure out something out and they figure out their own mistakes. The heart of CAS is that it is not formally assessed, and I love about that.
Yes, it is not.
It asks students to reflect on their experience and provide evidence for achieving the learning outcomes. This facilitates a reimagining of the value of reimagining the value of education and repositioning of the individual at the center.
And that is why strategically IB has put it at the heart with the core of extended essay, TOK, which is assessed.
I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. Yes. That is the core. So with CAS, the student is surrounded by a constellation of resources at their disposal, not just another cog in the wheel, completing uniform tasks in order to advance. This is how CAS shapes you, molds you, empowers you, gets you ready with the 21st century skills to move forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayashree. That was wonderful. Ms. Shiza, so how would you, when the students come into grade 11, suppose they are coming from a curriculum where they have not been exposed to the CAS and understanding that there are the different learning outcomes. So how do you design this program so that, step by step, they are going to get a taste of every thing that they're going to do and arrive at their outcomes? I think I have seen that, students initially do get confused. I had students who brought me a CAS journal saying, I have made some tea and served my God. I said, wonderful, but who made, how did it come, etc. So there are quite a lot of, misunderstandings with CAS. So
Yes.
how do we do that? How do we unpack that CAS program when students come in?
Such a wonderful question, let me tell you, Rini, and this is such a challenging one for each one of us. We all know that we get students from different backgrounds. They absolutely do not understand where does the CAS come from, how do we actually integrate this entire element of service, and what do we do? The first and the foremost thing is what I believe and what I percolate down to my students and parents also. The holistic education cannot only address just academic targets. We need to think beyond. We need to actually look at the thing that the child is a part of a family, it's a part of a community, part of a nation, and of course this planet that we all have inhabited together. And furthermore, just as students are helped on daily basis, that is something that I go back and instill that thought inside, that you are being helped at every small step. When you are moving forward, there's something that you need to give back to the community. They should internalize the fact and feel motivated to help someone else, even if it's in a very small way, that is absolutely fine. But the thought needs to be put up in their mind. So something that we all need to go and do is, and as an educator, I can share with you what I do. I tell my students to look deep into your inner self and ask a simple question. Is there anything that I can do to change something or someone I'm in contact with? Can I do something? And what I believe, and I always share with my students, the answer can never be no. Because this is like a portal to accepting that service for not just for others, but also for yourself. If you do something good for others, I think there's a lot that you bring in together for your own self. I think those kind of thought and those kind of thinking process, or even a conscious effort made by we as head of schools or coordinators or the teachers, I think that is something so imaginatively, I would say, innovative, creative, because that is something that every school needs to push the bar and say, okay, now what more, what we need to do. I think those are some elements that I always look for, and I always train my teachers also, make sure they are empowered. They also encouraged in, they're also part of encouraging the students to do that. So the first is, it's important to tell them that it is required to be done. Then we get on to the ways of what can be done.
And to be very honest, when they are staying here, coming from affluent backgrounds, probably they don't understand unless and until they land up at the university, and they probably land up with somebody from a country, say Haiti.
Yeah.
And that's when you will realize that what the real world is, and how will you blend in and stay with that person, understand his problems, etc. I think wonderful, Ms. Shiza, that what you said is that I asked my students that deep down into your heart, you have to reflect and tell me, is there anything that I can do to make a change in the society? Answer certainly will be a no. Thank you. Ms. Rashima, when I talk about CAS, international mindedness and human values, how can I connect?
Actually, the whole CAS program is linked to the international mindedness. I think when we look at this question, I think we need to go back to the time when the IBDP program was being written for the first time. And when the curriculum writers were writing this program very effectively, along with the extended essay and TOK, CAS was in these three elements were expected to be, actually it's at the heart of the program. It's the core, because they wanted to create a program that educates the whole person. So you're not looking at a program that is just looking at academic achievement. It's a program that is looking at educating the whole child, and to the larger purpose of creating responsible global citizens. So if you're looking at these two things being linked together, then CAS is absolutely linked to international mindedness. What exactly is international mindedness? International mindedness is actually for to understand that you're connected with the globe, that you are part of that one planet, that you're all living together, and though things may be different from local perspective, but there is a commonality of human experience, and understanding these experiences and understanding the commonality is a part of the international mindedness. So it's actually all links together, that the purpose is not just academic. The IB programs are not meant as just a pure academic achievement programs. They're all about development of a person, and all these are very beautifully laid out. If you look at the objectives, and going back to the discussion that we were having about the CAS being a non-assessed component, yet being so critical to the program, that it is one of the requirements of the diploma, that a successfully done CAS program is one of the requirements. But the fact is, it's a non-assessed program, yet it is at the heart of the program, which goes on to show how important it is for the development of the individual with those around him and the world that they are going to live in. So I think all of these are very well woven together and leads up to the larger question of the IB mission, which is about responsible citizens of the world. And I think that's how the idea links up together. And the CAS program has woven this also beautifully, even within its 7 objectives, if you look at it. Whether you're talking about the ethical behavior, you're talking about extending your own learning, all of these are linking up so beautifully with these 3 elements picked up completely in alignment with each other, where one is contributing to the other. And I think that is what is important to understand. The shape of the CAS program may have changed over years. The name might have modified a little bit, but at the heart of it, it has stayed what it is, to develop and extend the student and get them to understand who they are and what is their relationship with the others in the world.
And now looking at the 2030 is the DP program is undergoing a review, and there would be majority of the changes in terms of the IB mission vision statement. CAS definitely is going to continue, and with the pandemic, with so much of difficulties. So for example, I am based out of Mumbai, and we have the Ganpati, which is a big festival over here. So post the Ganpati immersion, we would always take the students to the beach to do the beach cleaning, because, and we would connect that with the group 4, which is the sciences, to understand, how not only what you're doing by immersing the idol, but also the damage that you're doing to the environment, to the marine life, to the plastics, and the importance of resonating and giving back to the earth. This is not the way to give back to the earth. So it's one of the initiatives that we do. And currently our MYP and the DP is working on a program called Ecotopia, wherein, it's a global event that we are trying to work out on, probably reaching up to Greta Thunberg's level, wherein we will try to talk about, and we've created, from our grade 6 onwards, we've tried to create different kind of clubs. So it could be a thrift drive, it could be also something like organ donation, etc. So every student has to feel that pride. Next time, when I have always seen, when I go back and as a DP coordinator, talk to my students, that when it comes to Diwali, you just want to clean up your home and give whatever is there at your home to the poor children. No, please understand that probably would not be their need. And why are we creating that differences? Give him what you also have. If you're using a nice notebook and a nice pen and a nice t-shirt, try to give. That's when you will understand the importance of going back and understanding. And that's when you will also start respecting your family, your home. The food, when our children go on this trip to Gujarat, when they have to cook their own meals, that's when they understand that what is being done at home is so important. To respect my mom, who's taking care of things, etc. for me, and not, throw away a box of pizzas or anything. So globally, right now, we are all facing with the environment challenge, yes, and with all of us working from home, there has been a lot of e-waste, etc. So how do you sensitize about that in your schools, in your school's education, especially when you're talking about, from the science perspective or from the humanities perspective? And I mean, any one of you can just share your viewpoints.
Let me tell you that, in our school, the CAS begins from PYP. And there are so many projects that the children take up, which touches your heart. Some of our children did the kicking gender boundaries. This initiative, it was set up to ensure the fields of sports, that there are no barriers to enter the specifically gender boundaries that we generally create. However, the real hurdle came when the transgenders needed true induction into various sports. Understand this on-ground situations better. 11 boys in my boarding house dressed up as transgenders to play a football match at the local stadium. They were mocked, they were manhandled. They realized first sensitization was required to the general public. After various seminars, it recently concluded in our school that JPIS was hosting the first ever fully gender inclusive football match in the world.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Integrating the transgenders into the education. See, why are they, when you see them begging on the street, it's because we have not thought about an inclusive society.
Correct. Yeah. And like the students for the unified relief during the peak of the second wave pandemic, they raised over 60 lakhs, biggest crowdfunding campaign in India by any student body. They imported over 60 oxygen concentrators, saving over 5,000 lives. This was done in a span of just 30 days. From the head of AIMS, Dr. Randeep Guleria, I remember, his daughter is studying with me. Numerous influences and celebrities, everyone joined in this campaign. That's how they sensitize themselves, impact the society and people around them. So there are lovely initiatives that the children are doing, rags to bags, Parva, where they do cleanliness drives in Delhi, Jaipur, Agra, Allahabad, Nepal. So the hostel students, whichever city they came from, took it up in their own cities. And they distributed over 150 solar lamps and their chargers to students who lack these resources in their cities.
Exactly.
They went to the slums and actually made a difference. There's a JPIS meetup. Just recently, a few grade 11 and 12 students have gotten together to initiate courses to middle school students on metaverse. So it's also impacting your own community. NFTs and cryptocurrencies were taken up. They will soon be creating a school fund which will be investing in upcoming and future technologies. We always want our kids to know what the future holds and prepares for the right skill set to conquer future challenges. Sustainable school at Mahapura village, where we reside, where the school is. We've adopted various schools in Jaipur for providing them with books, furniture, stationery, and our own students are teaching these underprivileged students in those schools that have and that's how they have this incredible experience.
Exactly. I think the quality education starts from also integrating children who are not being fortunate to get the education. And if we can do, then as a society, yes, we have taken our country to one step ahead.
Correct.
I mean, that I think that is very much required. We also did a lot of crowdfunding with our kids, specifically when the COVID started, in order to provide masks to the policemen, because they were taking care of the society. They were relentlessly on the streets and roads days and nights, and our students collected the crowdfunding. They actually had to talk to people, convince them. So we also taught them those skills. It's very important. You have to be first convinced, and then you can convince somebody else. And we could gather quite a lot of money for giving it to this wonderful project. We are also, working with a lot of BMC schools in Mumbai and looking at doing, with one of the villages in Gujarat that our trust has adopted. We are trying to work on giving them education, virtual education, which has to be there. So
fabulous, Rini, fabulous.
Yes, that is required. The students have to feel. Tomorrow, when you laugh at a street child, you need to understand why is he or she in that condition.
What is the meaning of education? It is to empower people. It is to empower the have-nots.
Absolutely. How do you involve your parent community? I think, again, the question is for everybody. How? Because it has to come. It is not only I change a child. I change everybody. So how do you involve or integrate the other stakeholders, the parents, for a successful completion of a CAS program?
Okay, let me quickly jump in because I have some great example to share, Rini. First of all, your question just takes me back to a beautiful thought that I've always connected is never believe that a few caring people can't change the world. For indeed, that's all you ever have. If I'm not wrong, it's written by Margaret Mead. And, every time I have an interaction with the parents, I always go back and tell them that if you take the initiative, it is something that you're encouraging the students to do it. So very recently, something interesting came where the students wanted to sensibilize the society about the Red Dot campaign. So they came up with this beautiful name, and they want all the females, regardless of whichever sectors they were coming. So maybe the workers, the teachers, the head of school, the coordinators, everyone, they wanted to talk to them about the sanitary waste. In India, this is such a big problem that we do not segregate that kind of a waste. And that's such, wherein we were so excited to know that the mothers came up and helped the students to actually create presentation. We went out live. We could do so much about it because there where the parents came and supported with this. So I think every time you come up with something interesting that just goes and stuck here, I think that is something where you kind of get their collaboration also. And I also feel that all such kind of activities, it should encourage students to consider the context, the views of others also. They should ensure the principles and values that can be reflected throughout this activity. I think this acts like a trigger. So every time you have something very interesting coming in, the parents do feel motivated to come ahead and talk about it. At least participation makes such a big difference. That's why even I feel. So yeah, parents do feel motivated about it. Let me go back to your own example. You just said that the masks were distributed to all the policemen. Something similar the students did. They went to their security guards and they gave those small masks and a little bottle of sanitizer. Okay, it starts from you because you are there out there in the society. So, all these things, when the students take initiative, come up with interesting topics, I think the parents do come along and help them around.
Yes. Exactly.
I couldn't agree more, Rini. I'll just like to add on that we had this initiative called Rags to Bags. So they were parents who were fashion designers, or they were into clothing. So they came forward and they said, whatever the leftovers, we are going to pitch in along with the children. So all the leftover material, they were converted into bags, and this venture of ours recently won the Harvard Sustainability Grant, and is given to only one organization in Asia. And these children got a grant from Harvard, and they've empowered over 80 rural women and made them financially independent as they reuse these old clothes to create reusable bags, which also helps in reducing the consumption of plastic.
Absolutely. Caring and sharing, what we talk about, rather than, we started with this book drive, wherein we got books and then students exchanged with each other. So rather than buying another copy, why wouldn't I use the same? So, Bags to Rags, I think it's a wonderful concept of, and see, creativity. Again, when you talk about the fashion industry, it's creativity, because any of the top designers also work on such kind of things, and probably we'll need more sustainable clothing. The definition of fashion will change. Now, whenever I talk about CAS, Malala Yousafzai's thoughts always reckon me when she says that one book, one pen, one child, and one teacher can change the world. So I think the CAS program if set out rightly, is going to change the world. I saw in my chat that somebody has mentioned very beautifully, stating that the cultural values be imbibed in the student in an eco-friendly way. So, Ms. Rashima, would you like to say something about how do you do that? Cultural values, eco-friendly way. How do we do that?
You know, Rini, it's very interesting because whatever our cultural values are, keep reflecting in everything that we do. The whole thing about the crackers. Now, we talk about eco-friendly ways of celebrating Diwali. And I think this has been a campaign that has been going on for a long time because there is a lot of cultural values that are attached to to bursting of those crackers. But at the same time, I think that sensitization that the children have had, and I think I would count it as one of the very successful programs that across schools, across programs, across curriculum that have run in, which is sensitizing to cultural practices, keeping in mind the environmental factors that, and the same example that you also took about the Ganpati. So it's about, your cultural values and your cultural beliefs and your cultural practices that need evaluation. And I think it's a movement that is much more successfully done by the students because they, I think, are more sensitized to these issues and they are the ones who pick it up and who take it back home. I think they are the ones who are the driving factor. And I think they have done these much more successfully than the grown-ups. I think cultural habits and practices are very, very difficult to break. Sometimes when as educators and as administrators, your cultural practices sometimes are not the best, but somehow those
and that's
molds
what
are very
helps
difficult
you
to break.
to do the TOK, the critical thinking as to why in this festival, why do I do?
And
why
I think
students say that on Kanjak Puja we have to pray to the girls, but on the other 364 days in the year,
it's the whole culture of questioning what you do and why you do it, and what is the impact of this on others, including your environment. I think the most important thing is that when you are looking at your school community, you look at a culture that you want to create within your school community where children question things. They question practices, they think about issues. And if you were to link it up absolutely with the CAS program in the IBDP, it's a whole culture that you do. Going back to one of the discussions that we were having about the CAS projects, and there was about homosexuality, heteros, the transgenders. We had this very interesting assembly being led up by our students, and again, it's a student-led assemblies that we do. So they are the ones who kind of decide what is it going to be the assembly be about. And they are all linked up to, again, the CAS program, wherein there was about the pronouns. So to sensitize, because it's a very difficult topic to pick up in a school context, because it can have a lot of people can be culturally feel, or they can just feel very offended by it. So we encourage the students to pick it up, but they picked it up only as pronoun, that what is a pronoun that I would like to be associated with, and taking up that in a very sensitive manner and sensitizing the younger ones to think about gender in a very different way without we yet doing it in a very sensitive manner.
Yes, and breaking away the gender stereotypes.
Absolutely,
because, there are
absolutely. Because again, these are very these are very strong cultural beliefs and thoughts. And when children start to question them, and that's the beauty of this program, that it allows you to do that. It allows you to sensitize the school community. It allows you to think differently and yet do it, and yet they're encouraged to do it in such a manner that it provokes change and does not offend. And I think that's something that is so powerful.
Exactly. And, going back to your roots and understanding them in the right way.
Absolutely.
Is very important. I mean, why do I do such a thing on Diwali, or why do I do such a thing on Dussehra, or why do I do such a thing? So that kind of a questioning needs to come in. Yes, and the gender, because, once these kids are exposed to the real world, they are moving from their comfort zone. They are going to be in a society which has different combinations.
Yeah.
Which I would call them as different combinations. And it is okay to be receptive to that in different ways. At our school, when we do the yoga club as a part of the CAS, so the teacher who's in charge, she often goes back and talks about the textbooks that we have in terms of not only the religious texts, but the Vedas, etc., to help the students understand what is being written and what is being interpreted. So a society, a global society created which aims at peace in the world is what I would also like to say. And I have one more question, which is over here, which I can see somebody is talking about, is that, you know, the collaborative and reciprocal engagement of the students. So what would you like to say about the collaborative as well as reciprocal? How do we make it as to be, because see, I think as in an IB school, what is important is also not only the students, but the community, as in the teaching faculty should also be agreeing to what I mean by. So how do you do that with both, balancing both reciprocal and collaborative? I think for anybody who would like to share the experience.
So for me, collaborative is not student and teacher alone. It's the peon, it's the baiji, it's the guard, it's the parents, it's people around you. And reciprocal, it will automatically be good begets good. If you're going to be kind, you're going to be reciprocated with kindness. If you're going to be helpful, it's going to be reciprocal. If you're going to smile at people, people are going to smile back at
you.
Yeah. So it's very important that you take the entire community together along with you. When you've sensitized, when you've taken up issues, and when you've taken up global issues, which were prevalent then, which are prevalent now. We were talking about gender stereotypes. It was prevalent then in the Victorian era. It's prevalent now. How women have been defined in a certain role and how we need to change that stand. So unless we don't sensitize the peons and the chokidars, they are not going to be giving freedom to their respective female genders, be it their wives, be it their girls. So along with the boys, with the girls, we need to educate everybody around ourselves. And more than educating the girls, it's educating the boys.
Yes.
To understand equality.
To understand equality.
Understand respect to everybody around them. Nobody is born superior. Nobody is born inferior. Understand, hold hands together. And that's going to make a more beautiful world.
We are genetically different with our strengths and weaknesses.
That.
That's it.
That's it. Appreciate that. Appreciate each other.
And in your school, how are you encouraging that they are making themselves more aware of what is happening around in the world? Because, you know, I was the other day working on...
There are dialogues, there are deliberations, there are literature textbooks, there are our own Hindi textbooks that gives you a sneak peek into the world that is, that world that was, and the world that should be. And what are you doing to make this world a more beautiful world, a world of equality, equal opportunities, equal opportunities? How can the school support it? It's a constant ongoing initiative with parents, with children, with educators, that we move forward.
So I'm sure in your school's philosophy also you have imbibed something which demonstrates and replicates about the caste program. So wherein, so that people, when they join in, people, when they read that mission vision statement, whenever we do that with our children, we ask them to read, why are we saying this? What is the meaning? You know, unpacking the school's value and principle, wherein it's reflecting, okay, the need to give back.
Yes. And Rini, I think very quickly I'll add to what Jayashree said. I think service learning or the caste learning adds a layer to student learning, which further transcends in just not academic knowledge, but also the various skills that they learn throughout. And it is the process which forms what we contribute to the society. And as we learn about ourselves in relation to the society and the world we live in. So I think it's a very big spectrum that students start thinking and looking at in a very different manner. And I feel especially in today's world, it is essential to understand that the overall objective of education is not just having the grades, but giving back to the community. And I think CAS being a very beautiful element of it, it builds some kind of authentic connection in what the students learn in the classroom and what they encounter in the community. So I think it's a very strong and a very authentic, open relationship that is being made, which students see and appreciate.
So beautifully put up, Shrija. I mean, it's been such an empowering session. I think we're all going to be going back more enriched, Rini. So beautifully
Absolutely.
moderated.
And I think we have learned a lot also from each other's ideas.
Correct.
That is the fact. Ms. Rashima, you have been also with MYP. So the personal project also has some elements of CAS. Would you like to talk to us a little about that? We have
so very quickly, I know that we are very much short on time. So Rini, I'm just going to say that the main objectives of the personal project are very strongly linked to the CAS objectives as well. You know, is there any meaningful action, whether it is creativity, whether it is activity, whether it is basically you pick up a project that is a passion of yours and you develop it. And actually it's just bringing it down a step lower, and it's slightly different in its approach, but the main idea remains the same. And I think that entire reflection happens so beautifully through that report. And I think it really it encourages children to actually identify. So I've got great examples of students who picked up personal projects that have gone on to become CAS projects, and they've taken them forward. I have a student who for her personal project decided to work on and that was a time when the Prime Minister came up with the Swachh Bharat and in her grandfather's village she wanted to create a toilet. In wanting to do that, her learning was immense. So it was very simple. The grandfather donated the land and she wanted to build that. So, where are you going to get funds from? If you're going to generate funds, are you asking others to give you? Do you need to create a trust fund? You're not 18. Who will hold it? The legality of it? Can you give a certificate? After which then she looked at the design of the toilet, because the initial design of the toilet was very similar to what she had at her home, which she realized with time, with engagement, that will not, it's not a model that will work in a rural community where you don't have somebody for the upkeep. It has to be more sustainable. It has to be something that can be managed very well. So the same project that she started off as a part of her personal project moved on to be a very big project for her in CAS, and she actually created a trust under which she helped create so many more toilets, going much more beyond just her grandfather's village. So, the idea is that the learning that she had in for real life, I'm sure it was way beyond the grades and everything else that matters. And the fact is that it has gone beyond, and today the child is in college and still working on that project because it has grown to something so close to her heart. She went into social entrepreneurship as part of what she wanted to do in a degree, completely changed her course of life. So the experiences, the projects and the passion that you develop, or the investigations that you do in your personal project, can absolutely lead out to be a great continuation to and can be can be really be taken forward in the CAS program as well. So
yes,
I think
that is so I mean the learning she had, probably no classroom she can sit and have that learning.
It changed the course of her life. I can say that, it changed the course of her life. Many examples like that. A student wanted to, very passionate about music, wanted to become a musician and wanted to do a concert to generate funds, and realized what a difficult journey that a musician has. If you want to create a concert, will somebody buy your tickets? How much will it cost to have a venue? So as a part of his personal project, and again, it completely changed his life journey. So I think doing it at grade 9 and 10 level and then taking it forward, because you've already got a base with your personal project in the MYP, then when you take it forward to the CAS, it actually is a very long sustaining project. It's something that you spent 4 years, at least 3.5 years of your academic life. It can be life-changing, life-altering for many students.
Yes, absolutely. I think I interacted with a couple of children a couple of years back who were trying to create toilets in Dharavi, which is the biggest slum in Bombay. And, they were creating RFIDs wherein, in a particular area, only 10 people can use the toilet. And those were little children whom I was interacting with. I think they were grade 5 or 6 who were every day visiting Dharavi to understand their lifestyle. And it was an eye-opener for them to understand how privileged am I and how these kids are. And then they integrated those children in their project for a robotics coding program. So I was like, when I spoke with those kids, I said, what you have done, we are way behind to arrive at that point, because you've realized what these young minds are going through. I think it has been a wonderful session, understanding caste, decoding and demystifying the myths, the misunderstandings, and the initiatives that each one of your school has taken for the successful progression of caste is just commendable. So yes, Mr. Binoy, are we absolutely on time? Have we?
Yes.
I had wonderful speakers. I can speak for one more hour, but I know they're also very busy people.
I know.
Thank you so much. I think it definitely was a very interesting conversation and lots of thoughts to take back and lots of ideas to take back. Thank you so much for this.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure talking to each one of you. And I think it has been really enlightening. We could think about so many things at one go in just 50 minutes.
Yes.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, Asma. Thank you, Rini, for being such a fabulous
Thank you
moderator.
so much.
It helped us unravel our own thoughts and share it with everyone. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for joining in this evening with me. And thank you, Asma, Mr. Rahul, for collaborating with all of us and putting us all together in this virtual platform.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rini. And it was indeed such a wonderful deliberation and quite an insightful one. And I'd like to thank all the eminent speakers for taking some time out of their busy schedule to be here with us on this wonderful forum. It was such a delight hosting you all. And Ms. Shiza, Dr. Jayashree, Ms. Rashima, and Ms. Rini, thank you so much once again for joining us. And I really hope you two all had a wonderful time as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much once again. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to the last panel discussion of the day. The topic of discussion is IB Curriculum Framework on Redefining Traditional Subject Boundaries. Key facts on the IB Curriculum Framework. And I'd like to welcome the eminent speakers we have here today with us, starting from Ms. Rupa Sen. She is the head of school of Bangalore International School. Ms. Rupa Sen is a visionary educator and a stable school leader who holds 27 years of experience in the same field. She is also a seasoned resource manager, motivator, and a coach. She is currently working as head of school Bangalore International. Ms. Sen is highly skilled in working with complexities of school logistics with multiple curricula. She is an amazing, innovative crisis manager with an eye towards cultural sensibility and diversities. With her thorough knowledge of the curriculum requirements of IB, CIE, CBSE, and ICSE, she has remained the head of the 5-year evaluation committee for both PYP, DP. She is also the nodal chief of CBSE Social Science Examination. Thank you so much, Rupa ma'am, for joining us. Next, we have Ms. Shikha Rathore. She is the principal of Crossroads International School. Ms. Shikha is a passionate educationist who believes in being a lifelong learner herself and inculcating in students a sense of ownership of their learning. It's her dream to reform the education system to amalgamate the best practices of new and old pedagogies. Ms. Shikha heads one of the best international schools in the city of Udaipur, and her contribution to the education ecosystem of the city has been very valuable. Thank you so much, Ms. Shikha Rathore, for joining us. Next, we have Ms. Suchi Shukla. She is the principal of RBK International Academy. She has been a teacher since the past 25 years. Over this period, she has had the opportunity to work as the coordinator and the head of science department in various schools. After having spent the past 2.5 years in RBK International Academy, Ms. Shukla now looks forward to an opportunity where she can find new challenges, work culture as a teacher of the IBDP Physics, Theory of Knowledge, and IGCSE and MYP Physics. Students in her care have always done well. Her subject average has generally been higher than the world average in IB. Ms. Shukla has also worked as a college counselor and guided many students through their undergraduate application. Thank you so much, Ms. Suji, for joining us. Next, we have Mr. Devkant Agarwal. He is the Leader Growth Initiatives Career Education from IBM India. Mr. Devkant has a rich experience of 17 years in the IT industry, spanning from selling military-grade hardware to defense establishments to selling customized software to small and medium-sized enterprises. For the last 13 plus years, Mr. Devkant has been working in the education vertical of IBM, where he is involved in IBM technology adoption, employer branding, and creating skilled manpower on IBM technology in both academic and IT professional space. Currently, Mr. Devkant is leading strategic partnership for the education vertical in India, South Asia. In this role, he is responsible for scaling business, strengthening its position in the marketplace, and bringing new business models in India. Thank you so much, Mr. Devkant, for joining us. Now, finally, to the moderator of this August panel, Ms. Rima Singh. She is the head of school of TPS International, Gurgaon. She's a seasoned and passionate educator with over 20 years of experience in the field of teaching and school administration in the United Arab Emirates and India. She is a gold medalist with a master's in science with a specialization in nutrition from Lady Urban College of Delhi University. Before taking up teaching as a profession, she was a nutritionist and counselor in the health sector. She has co-authored a book on nutrition. Ms. Rima Singh is the founder head of DPS International School, the first DPS school to offer IB programs. And prior to joining DPS International, she has worked at the Aga Khan Academy, Hyderabad, Pathways World School, and DPS Sharjah, UAE. Ms. Rima Singh has received extensive training by IB for understanding and implementing the IB programs and is a trained IB workshop leader and consultant, besides being an IB chair for school accreditation. Ms. Singh is also an evaluator for the Council of International Schools. Thank you so much, Ms. Rina, for joining us. And once again, I welcome you all. Thank you so much for accepting an invitation. Leaving the screen to you, Ms. Rima, to take up the discussion forward.
Thank you, Rahul, and thank you, ASMA, for this opportunity. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, and I'm delighted to moderate this session. It's always a pleasure to meet like-minded educators and people who are working in the field of education to make a difference. So here we are today. I know ours is the fourth panel. I've been hearing some of the other panels, and it's been a very enriching talk this whole afternoon. Thank you for that, Rahul. So what's worth teaching is perhaps one of the most important questions we all educators ask ourselves. And in this spirit, a lot of educational leaders are trying to integrate new themes, 21st century skills, digital technologies, interdisciplinary learning, world citizenship, global perspectives in our curriculum. And we are wanting to future-proof our children so that they can navigate the VUCA world, as we all call it now, and they can survive and they have the skills to survive that. And for this, one of the most important tools we have is the curriculum. Now, IB defines the curriculum as everything which happens in the school, which is academic and non-academic, for which the school takes the responsibility, and since it all has an impact on a student's life. Curriculum is actually the totality of the experiences a student faces student goes through in a school life. And UNESCO says that this is just not the end in itself. It's a tool which we have, which the school and the school educators have to make a change in the student's lives. So let's explore today what the IB curriculum framework is all about and how it has redefined the subject boundaries. So my first question is for Ms. Rupa. Before I ask the question, I'd just like to define something for you. The Education International, and a Belgium-based organization, defines quality education as one which focuses on the social, emotional, mental, physical, and cognitive development of each student, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or geographic location. So the question for you, Ms. Rupa, is how has the implementation of the primary years program curriculum in IB schools ensured this quality education? Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Rima, and thank you, ASMA, for giving me this opportunity. For me, I hope you can hear that, right? Okay. So what Ms. Rima has said, keeping the current scenario in today's world, which is the VUCA world, IB is the most suited education framework. Again, I repeat, it's something that gives you a guideline, and schools can keep on exploring within that framework to bring about the changes that they want to bring in the student's life. Now, most important thread of IB, as much as I understood in my years of experience, there are 6 skills, important skills that IB would expect in any of the schools to facilitate in their students. And all of them are important in today's context, so much so after the pandemic. I realize that it is becoming more and more relevant and contextual. Now, all the 6 skills we all know, but still for the benefit of everybody, it is good to just be reminded that thinking skill, listening, communication, research, self-management, and social skills are all that summarizes what Rima has just mentioned. And if a student is not thinking, if a student is not researching, if a student is not developing in the way that we want the student to develop in today's world, all teaching and learning that we do in the 6 hours of schooling is absolutely futile. Because what we understand, the ultimate product, whether it's in grade 12 for the DP curriculum or CBSE, as my experience tells me, or ICSE, the end product matters most because we have to sow the seed at the primary level. So coming back to where we are, I personally have experience if the primary years are strengthened with all the skills and concept-based education than content delivery, I think a child, as he or she grows up, can definitely imbibe it better to become the global citizen that we are all envisioning for tomorrow. The world has gone through enough and more, and every school has made an attempt to bring about the change. And we all know that during the pandemic, we all went through immense amount of creative thinking, how to bring the dispensation of education to the door or in the houses of these children. And I must say that each one of us, the principals, the teachers, and everybody who is responsible for the child's growth has been putting a creative hat every minute to understand how can we bring this education? How do we adapt to this new situation? How do we manage ourselves and teach them to manage themselves? So it was a testing time, trying time, but we understood that a traditional way of dealing the education may not have been very fruitful as against the IB way. And that is where, Rima, I come across to tell you that this framework is definitely one of the framework for going forward, encompassing all the 21st century skill.
Thank you, Rupa. Thank you for highlighting all the important points of the primary years program and how it contributes to a quality education. So I'm going to pass on the same question to Shikha. How has the implementation of primary years curriculum ensured quality? I know you have just begun your journey with the PYP. So it will be interesting to hear from you what are the kind of changes or new structures or practices you have brought in place in your school with the PYP journey, which has just begun.
Absolutely. Good evening to each and everyone present here. It is remarkable to be hearing such good thoughts and beautiful collaboration with all of you. Yes, we have started this journey afresh, but at the same time, the USP that the school had was very similar and was resonating with the framework of IB PYP. The practical aspect of IB PYP program, the understanding of the concepts, paying more attention to understanding of the concepts than to covering up of just the content was something that we were already doing. And here, the entrance of the skills which are actually essentially called the approaches to learning skills. These are those tools which help you to build those learner profile attributes. So very well said by one of the eminent speaker here that we are all lifelong learners. When we say we are lifelong learners, irrespective of whether we are teachers, we are facilitators, we are the management, we are the students, we are always learning. And when the learning is happening, the learning is not happening within those four boundary walls. It's happening beyond and much more. Hence, the PYP framework comes into existence with great strength. Apart from this very stringent way of seeking authorization also makes sure that the quality that is imparted to the students is absolutely supreme. It takes close to 2 years, 2.5 years of time to actually get authorized. The candidacy period ensures that all the teachers, the facilitators, the specialists that are there in the school must be completely trained. And hence, and this continual practice. So the learner profile attribute just doesn't apply to the students. It also applies to the teachers, because a lot of teacher modeling happens. The collaboration that happens within the community, the teaching community, and then it passes on to the students. This collaboration actually gives a very successful platform to the students of exercising their agency, which is the voice, the choice, and the ownership. This itself empowers the student a lot, because then they feel that they can take their learning, their understanding of the concept to the real life, which actually makes all the difference. Just learning isn't enough. Applying that learning to the real life is what makes their learning an essential and strengthening one. So that's what I feel about the PYP curriculum. Yes, the elements of the PYP curriculum are the ones that make it absolutely a strong curriculum, including, of course, the inquiry-based aspect of it as well. Because when the child is learning through inquiry, the child from the very beginning is working on his thinking skills, the critical thinking skills, and the questioning skills. There are no questions that are considered to be silly questions in a PYP setup. And from the very beginning, the students are told that they must question. And once they start questioning, they also seek the answers of those questions. And that's what makes it fruitful for the students. So this is my say for the quality education as far as PYP framework is concerned.
Thank you, Shikha. I'm going to highlight 2 points you mentioned. One being the lifelong learner, and I totally agree. I think that's one of the most important 21st century skill we all need to survive in this century. If it was not for lifelong learning, I don't think we would be where we are. And we are learning as much with our children every day. And the pandemic has accelerated that learning in many, many fields. I feel so good. Some of my teachers who were like hesitant to adopt technology had no choice now. So it was like a catalyst, and they all had to learn new technological skills. The other thing you mentioned about the authorization process in the IB, which is so important to ensure the quality of the program implementation. Not very many programs have that process in place, and IB has a set of standards and practices laid out, and we have to align our teaching learning practices according to those standards. And that is what ensures the quality of the program. So thank you for that. I'm just going to ask you to recall, how did you learn in your days? And if I were to ask you 2 questions, did you focus on countless dates and notes and facts for that history paper? Did you memorize a formula in maths and hope that the exam had that question where you could use that formula? I'm sure you will say yes. And then if I ask you, how much do you remember? How much did you remember after the exam? Or how much of it do you remember now? I would say not very much. So that was the traditional curriculum. That was the traditional way of teaching. It was very subject-centered. And there were no real-life connections made. Our teachers were just, running against time to ensure that the current syllabus was finishing and that we could just master that lesson and answer the question answers and true and false and fill in the blanks at the end of that chapter. And that was learning for us. But unlike that, the progressive curriculum introduces students to concepts and conceptual understanding as they learn knowledge and skills are developed in the classrooms. It's a 3-dimensional curriculum which focuses on big ideas. And this is what the IB programs also do. So my next question is to Suchi. In what ways is concept-based learning and teaching propagated in the IB curriculum framework?
You're very right, Rima, when you say that the traditional model of teaching and learning actually focused on knowledge and skills. So what is it that the child should know about a topic, and what are the skills that he should acquire at the end of it, whether it is solving a maths problem or it is drawing graphs or drawing conclusions from some data. So the IB said that this creates a huge cognitive load, and like you say, we don't remember things after a while. So what is important is we ask ourselves as educators, why do we want them to learn this topic? What is the big idea, the concept, the essential understanding that we want them to develop? So that is how concepts, or the third dimension to education, came into the picture. Now, concepts help students make sense of this massive information that they get in every subject that they study, because the IB has provided a finite number of concepts. For example, freedom, form, relationships, communities, change. So there are a finite number of concepts which are applied across all disciplines. Right? So if a child has to study, say, something like the Indus Valley civilization, they want to know, where did it originate, where is it located, what was the culture, when did it decline? Instead of talking about facts and figures and history and geography, if you could use a big idea like, what are the how do prevailing conditions determine the way a community develops? So the concept that you're using here is of a community. Now, how would using the concept of community help? The concept of using a community helps because it's very relatable to a child. A child knows that their family is a community. The society that they live in is a community. So they can immediately connect. Now, using this concept provides an opportunity for critical thinking, because comparing the family, the community, the Indus Valley civilization, they can draw out significant aspects of a community. They can collaborate and discuss what a community actually means. It also helps to create a conceptual structure in the brain, through which they can relate new knowledge to prior knowledge, what we call constructivism in the IB, and that helps them remember concepts. So if you see, a concept in IB is a very abstract thing, like change or community is an abstract term. But when you use it in a certain specific context, you are able to make interdisciplinary connections to things that students already know. And concepts are feeling oriented. The word family arouses an emotion. And as a result, excuse me, these concepts, they stick to the brain. So what you learn, you don't forget. The other thing is that a concept is transferable across time, across culture, across subjects. So a community existed many years back, it exists today, it's going to continue to exist. Similarly, the concept of community can be applied to sciences. For example, an ecosystem in sciences is a community. Right? So it is transferable to another subject area. Now, the moment you talk about ecosystems, that may be something that is something of very great interest to the child. A child sees a marine system or a lake near the school every day, so they can make a personal connection. This can also act as a springboard for action, because a student may realize that, okay, this ecosystem is getting destroyed because of overfishing. So maybe I can have an awareness campaign for this. I can talk to other people about this. So the IB has provided these key concepts, which, like I said, are applied across disciplines so that the students get a broader understanding of a topic. So they help provide depth. At the same time, in the middle years program, the IB has also provided some related concepts which are subject specific. So in sciences, it could be consequences. In visual arts, it could be style or innovation. So what do these related concepts do? They help to provide depth. So you are taking learning beyond just memorizing things. There is an opportunity for analysis. There is an opportunity for making decisions, connections, and so on. And that is what is the beauty of concepts that the IB has introduced.
Thank you, Suchi. Yeah. So this reminds me that of something I had read, that the traditional curriculum approach is mile long and inch deep. But the IB curriculum goes much deeper. It's not mile long, it's mile deep and half an inch, half a mile wide and a half a mile deep. So this is what the concept lens brings to the IB curriculum. You go deep down, and you're right, when it can spark children's interests, their inquiries, action from them. It's because they're able to inquire more, they're able to go deep into the topic, and they can make those connections. So Rupa, what would you like to add to this about the conceptual approach in the IB program? Ms. Rupa?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So here, you're absolutely right, Rima, because IB doesn't have anything that you can memorize and call from memory, as what you said. How many people would remember the date, or how many people would remember the formula? I'll give you an example that I have experimented in my previous school. In the middle years, at grade 8, we took the MYP personal project that we normally do in grade 10 to bring it down to middle years. And in grade 8, we just distributed the topic that they wanted to get into the depth and breadth of the matter. The topics were all, their choices that they made. And then there was a supervisor we allocated, whoever wants to do what. That particular teacher became the supervisor. I'll tell you a particular project of a child that the child was very unassuming. I never thought that he'll go into exactly what you said, getting into the depth and breadth. She chose music because she loves music. Little did we know that she created absolutely a brand new instrument. She loved guitaring. From there, she went into understanding how was the ukulele created and made. However, she found that if she could use her creative brain and develop another musical instrument with a string, because she loves string instrument. So we had an exhibition where she explained to us why did she go to that length and depth to understand how do we create an instrument? How will that instrument bring the rhythm that she wants? And what are the process in that journey she was explaining to us in the exhibition. I find that this has got no particular teaching and learning to do with subject, but what she brought to the table and the transformation that I saw in her was mind-blowing, amazing, I can say, because I didn't know that she could create a new instrument of her own, go to the carpenter, understand carpentry, take the wood, understand the length and breadth and measure the wood by inches and create that instrument. This was not enough. She studied music to some extent to understand how she can bring rhythm through that instrument, and she played it for us. So this particular process and the journey for her was not only transformation, for me as an educator to understand how IB brings about the changes in the child's mind using all the 6 elements of curiosity, thinking, applying that thought in a real life situation, and then enjoying the process, the entire journey that she underwent, to communicate to the people who viewed the exhibition in her own style and bringing forth a product that nobody could fathom in their greatest sense. So all of the skills that was put into play through this personal project makes me realize that concept-based education is so much more of a fun. The journey is interesting, and all the skills are slowly but steadily being honed and nurtured. And the child also takes ownership of that development. It's not only teachers who were prodding because they were supposed to act as supervisors. She herself got so intrigued into her project, as you said again, I repeat, to get into the depth of the matter. She studied n number of books late night when it was nothing related to history, geography, or sciences that she normally did in the school. And with that, I can say that it is absolutely a must to bring about, if you want to bring a change, you want to bring a transformation in your mind, it's very important to develop such concepts that they can carry forth in their research, go to the depth of the matter, bring their own thought to the table, then teacher-guided instruction, and create absolutely brand new something that we were not aware.
Thank you, Rupa. That was a wonderful story you shared. And I think that's what makes it worth the while for us as educators, when we see children blossom like that and take initiative. So I'm going to deviate a bit now. We know these days educational institutions require strategic thinking. We need better data insights. We need personalized services and agile infrastructure. And IBM Education Solutions help create such cognitive campuses. So we have with us Mr. Devkant, and my next question is to him. And I think which is what many educators are exploring these days and wanting to know, educational leaders are wanting to know about this, that how do you think artificial intelligence and machine learning is going to cater to the current education system and prepare us for the future?
Thank you. Thank you, Riga. First of all, having me here, and it's in the August company. First of all, I feel that I wish there were more IB schools when I was doing my schooling. Not that I regret doing from CBSE, but hearing all of you, I really feel that something better could have been done with the students now. And they're very fortunate to have an option, actually. I sincerely feel that some of my relatives are also in the IB schools. So, and hearing, to be very honest, this is my first interaction with the principals and the educators from the IB schools. So, very honored to be hearing and wonderful thoughts. In fact, the previous panel was talking about the CAS projects and other things. So, and this entire thing about the curriculum, right? I never knew that there was so much of thinking around this curriculum, and it's taken so seriously. I was always under the impression that somebody gives the curriculum and then it's just an execution from that way. So I'm really happy that if I may say so, that the future of the children are in good hands, like of yours and the all other principles which are there. So thank you for giving this opportunity. Coming to your question, I think AI is sort of, if I may say, IT first and then the AI part. IT is becoming like it has already become like a language skill, right? It's very important. I mean, it's as good as knowing English or Hindi or any French or Chinese, your mother tongue, right? So you can't do without it. I would say, to most extent. I would not say that 100% of people should know it, but I think the way it is sort of uh, being pervasive in the fields of life, AI would become a part and parcel of our lives. It has already become, and we are not knowing how it has become our part and parcel of the life. But next 5 years, 10 years, I believe that more and more IT applications will be in front of us, and we will not even know that we are using AI actually. For example, in many of the phone calls which you do to the banks, trust me, it is not the person who's speaking. It is probably a machine which is responding to you, and it is done so beautifully that we may not know that it is not an actual person. That's how it has become. Even in India, it's not something for a US or a Europe, kind of a scenario. Even in India, that's how it has become. Now, there are two aspects to AI actually. So one is that how does it come to the curriculum part, because that's the core of this topic. So I feel that without sort of overloading our students, our learners in these schools, because um, it's a decision for the principals and the educators to see that where should this learning start. But some basics, I think, if I'm not wrong, has already started in 8th and 9th from Python, and other subjects are already introduced. So I think that's important from a perspective that uh, now students are more required to be job ready just after class 12th, if I may say so. Not the likes of the IB students, because they probably go to the higher education studies and then they go to outside the US, Europe, and other things. But if we take India as a whole, students are required to know more after 12th, right? So from an education perspective, I think some bit of AI education is pretty important, so that they are ready to at least be in the jargon and they know and they can do certain projects, they can uplift their profiles and all those things, right? Second is the application of AI in the education space itself. That what is it that we can do with AI to improve the education consumption or the output or the outcome itself. So a couple of things are happening here. One is that there is a more personalized learning which is coming up. Uh, I would say it has already started. The biggest example of personalized learning, which has been there for now a lot of time, is Salman Khan Academy, which sort of gives you the next learning opportunity or the question based upon your previous question, and it sees how much time you have taken and things like that, right? So how much time you have taken to learn this, how much answers you've done correctly, and things like that. So that sort of model is sort of coming up very rapidly across the world, and in US, Europe, some of the Indian schools have also adopted it. Where, but the part in that is that it has to be very sort of interactive in nature from an IT perspective. So it cannot be in the books per se. It has some bit of data sets we need to have from the student when they're learning or not learning, things like that. So that the computer or the machine can sort of be suggestive for the next topic. So personalized learning is something very important. The other thing is in the career sort of suggestions. I've seen this happening in multiple universities actually, that based upon your strengths, based upon your likings, there are career counselings which are happening through the AI models actually now. So I think, howsoever we may think that students are aware about careers which are available, but I still think that there is a large gap which we can fill from these kind of tools which are now getting available on the career counseling front or other things, based upon the strength of the students. Now, like I think a previous speaker was saying that the student is good in the instrument making, right? How many of us could tell us what are the various aspects of career counseling, because that student is good in making an instrument, right? Or what should be the right kind of career choices? So these machines, what they are making is that they learn every day, they consume data from internet, and we have to of course teach them. They then throw out the options from a contemporary basis. They tell you that, okay, today if you are good at this, these are some of the options which are available in the careers, right? So just giving one example, apart from the personalized learning which is available in the AI space. So one is the learning itself, which I said ninth onwards I feel is a good time to start on the AI learning part. And second is the application of AI itself. I think these are the two aspects I would want to share. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that very insightful thoughts. Is my voice echoing?
No.
So I'll come back to you with more questions. Coming back to the IB curriculum framework, and this question is for you, Shikha. Learning in the primary years program goes beyond the boundaries of traditional subjects and uses knowledge, conceptual understanding, skills, dispositions, and actions so that the students can explore relationship between the disciplines. So how is your school focusing on that, transgressing between the boundaries of discipline or the academic subjects? Could you share something about that, please?
For sure, ma'am. So the thing is that in real life, we do not learn, there are no subjects. And our real life, so we are science, we are math, we are social studies, and around us also, every subject is there. So are we learning in real life through a subject boundary? This also applies because we are learning through skills. So when I talk about this simple pen here, and I talk about different subjects, then I see science in it, because the kind of material that is used, the matter through which that material was created. When I talk about art, then I get to see, oh, the beautiful way the two patterns are coming here. There's pink, there's more of pink, and there's white. And my critical thinking also takes me ahead. What if there were more of these white strips in it? What if there was more of white and less of pink in it? When I come to the mathematical aspect of it, I see the shape. Oh, is this a cylindrical shape in the center? Is it conical on the sides? What if it was not conical? What if it was in a certain other shape altogether? When I come to the social studies aspect of it, or the space aspect of it, I would think, or a child would think, would this pen really work in space? How would this work if there is no gravity? So the thing is that, in real life, we do not learn in the boundaries of subject. So why do we do that in school? Uh, so Miss Rupa Sen had stated a lot of example. I would also state a simple example. So if we see something like pattern, if we see a bigger idea like pattern, and if we try to connect our subjects to it, all these subjects that you come across, the inquiries would come into it. Math, you see pattern. Science, you see pattern in the form of, the seasons come, or the calendar changes, or, the life cycle of a butterfly. When we come to the mathematical aspect, the number patterns, the skip counting, the tables that we do. When we see art, we see pattern. When we see music, there are musical patterns. When we see dance, we do dance in a certain pattern. When we talk about light and sound, again, light and sound is a bigger idea, which can be, it basically breaks the boundary and moves to every subject time after time. What does it do to you? It basically, what it does to you is, even when you do not, even when the subject is over, when the period in traditional curriculum, what we call as period, when the period is over, still the child is thinking about it. As far as our school is concerned, we focus on all the other, the skills which might not look as very big skills, like, the questioning skills or the note taking skills. So when we are learning about a bigger idea like simple machine, children are told to take a round at the school, and any and every simple machine which they feel as a simple machine they have come across, they should take notes about it and then think what kind of simple machine has been used to it. When they are doing a topic like matter and material, so a very fine example of when we were doing matter and material, and we were also in math inquiry, we were covering up the measurement. The action that was taken back at home by a student was that we came to know through parent, and in our school and all the IB schools, action is not just appreciated, it is acknowledged and it is encouraged. So the student's parent came to us and told us that I was amazed to see, we had a party because it was my birthday, and he surprised me because he had done up the entire area. The father told her later that when he he measured the table, then he went ahead, measured the tablecloth to ensure that, the tablecloth would be able to cover the entire table or not. So, this TD aspect or the transdisciplinary aspect of subject not just lets you apply that subject within that subject, it takes you beyond and much ahead of it. When I talk about, so every teacher is a language teacher. When we study social studies in a traditional setup, when we study social studies, are we studying social studies not in English or maybe Hindi? So how isn't the language involved? Aren't the papers numbered? So don't the teacher says that, okay, can you turn 10 numbers ahead? Unless the concept is clear there, how would the child be able to transfer that concept here? The other fine example is that the rights and responsibilities was the main idea that who we are, our grade 4 was inquiring about. And the students had written their persuasive writing through writing me a letter of what their rights as a student in the school should be. So just writing, just writing a formal letter and informal letter in the notebook and not applying that doesn't solve the entire purpose. Because if I go ahead and I ask somebody, when did railways come into existence, that kind of a content, even if the person doesn't remember, it hasn't affected as much as when the concepts were not clear. And to ensure that these concepts are clear, you need to ensure that they clear the barricades of these subject boundaries and go beyond it. So that's my say on it.
Thanks, Shikha. And I think that's why in the primary years program, our timetable is not compartmentalized into different subjects. It's mostly the concept of one teacher teaching all the main academic subjects. She's supposed to teach the math, language, and science and social study as through the units of inquiry, as we call them, so that there's no fear that the bell has rung and you need to shut the notebook and move to the next subject. You can't have that kind of compartmentalization. And also having this, block of time with your children for a particular grade, the teachers can explore so much more in one subject, or make connections between subjects, transfer skills of one subject to the other. What stops you from applying math skills in a science project? And nobody sees it differently. So you're very right when you share that boundaries dissolve in an IB PYP program. Suchi, would you like to add something to this?
Yes, definitely. So like Shikha said, PYP has transdisciplinary themes. So when we're talking about, say, sharing the planet, we could discuss anything from migration to water. So it's a theme which could be applied to any subject area. Now, if you do have a unit of inquiry, which is, say, water, you could look at it from the science point of view by discussing the water cycle, from the social science point of view by discussing, say, water bodies. You could, for the music class, you could make the small jal tarangs, which have water in different quantities in cups, and you see what is the difference in the sound that is made. This could be another area for action, because students could realize that we are sharing the planet and we need to conserve water. So in the dramatics class, they could actually make a role play in which they talk about how water could be conserved. And like she rightly said, for English, you could just be descriptively writing about the water cycles. That's building an English skill. Similarly, in the MYP, there are global contexts which are again transdisciplinary. So if you're talking about orientation in space and time, you could be talking about something related to a time in history. You could be talking about natural and human landscapes. That's all orientations in space and time. Now, the MYP says that you should do one interdisciplinary unit in every grade. So an interdisciplinary unit could be science and music. So the concepts that you learn in physics could be applied to how music is produced in different instruments, right? So, and what the school also wants students to do when we do an interdisciplinary unit is reflect on the contribution of each subject to the knowledge that they're getting. How is the knowledge that they're getting in science significant? How is it related to the knowledge in music? And that reflection really creates, a good understanding of what they're studying. Then, though in the DP, they don't really have transdisciplinary themes, but we as a school, what we do is during our horizontal planning, we outline all the commonalities in topics. Like you can be teaching sustainability in economics, business, environmental systems and societies, or like vectors in physics and maths. Psychology and bio have a lot of commonality. So you teach it during the same time so that the students can relate the two. You have one teacher going to the other class so that the students can relate the two. The other thing is our school is a part of the UN Global Schools program. Now they're talking about sustainable development goals. They're talking about carbon credits.
Now, when you're talking about the carbon credit scheme, you have to understand the scientific, the economic, the statistical aspects, and only then you get a holistic picture of what is happening. So, again, the Big History Project. Big History Project doesn't talk only about history. It talks about how the universe started with the Big Bang, which was science, and then how changes in the geographical structure of the earth affected the history, how changes in economics affected the history of a certain era of time. So that's how, through these kind of projects, we make sure that there is transdisciplinary learning.
Thank you. Those were very useful examples. And I think to sum it up, I can say if we were to go about a business of life where we have to solve complex problems, we are going to have to depend on everything we learn, not one subject. And I always, the beginning of the academic year, I've done this activity with my teachers. I make them all stand up and I ask them, okay, keep sitting down when I call out a name of a subject you teach. So I say maths teacher, English teacher, science. By the end of it, everybody's sitting. And I'm still looking for that answer. When will the teacher say, I teach students, not subjects? So one day. Okay, moving on. If students are to play an active part in all dimensions of life, they will have to navigate through uncertainty across a variety of contexts, past, present, future, in the social space of family, community, region, nation, and the world, and in the digital space now. So they will need to engage with the natural world, to appreciate the fragility, the complexity, and value it also. So they need a variety of skills beside academics. We've all agreed upon that. So Rupa, my next question is for you, and I would like some examples from your school. How do your teachers handle the curriculum framework to keep the students engaged academically and in interpersonal developmental activities, which develop the kind of skills we are looking for?
So basically, Rima, the point I would bring forward with respect to Bangalore International School, and I have done it in many schools to experiment this, it has worked. Academics is one part of the domain that we talk about. It's required concepts, theories, facts, accumulation, acquisition of knowledge. But then we all know that learning doesn't happen only within the classroom. Learning happens everywhere, and more so outside the four walls of the classroom. Bangalore International School has a range of opportunities and possibilities where students are taking part in activities that are co-curricular, has a resemblance with their academic, the things that they are doing in the classroom, and they emerge to be leaders of tomorrow. They emerge to be communicators, great communicators. So we have tie-up with, say, affiliation to the Round Square. So they participate in Round Square to understand the complexities, what you mentioned in this world today, through an online platform, how the other friend in the other side of the world is going through the challenges. Is it the same as what I am going through? And if together we have to create a better world for tomorrow, which is the IB slogan, how do we do it together? So there comes a collaborative approach, a collaborative way of thinking, and definitely understanding through emphasizing, being empathetic towards the needs of the part of the world that we do not know or we are not interacting. That's one platform. We have multiple other platforms. Through our CAS projects, students go out and understand how, they've done recently, they went to the animal shelter home day before yesterday. I'm talking as recent as that. And they wanted to just find out, just not donate, because that's not my object. You can collect as much of money from the bake sale, but unless you personally visit, talk, understand, reflect, because reflection is one of the most important key component. How are we going to navigate through this world? So they went out, one of them took the leadership responsibility to arrange themselves, organize themselves, and they went out to the shelter home to find out the problems that shelter home is facing. Therefore, it comes into the child's mind, the problem solving ability, understanding the problem, and if we can offer any solution to that problem. So the problem solving ability also comes into the forefront. We have other activities when we have started in school, something that we told them to start. It's a student-led project. Very recently, this academic year, because digital, we are all in the digital medium, and that's the best way I can bring my parents, teachers, students all together. You start your own science podcast. So this is a group of science students from grade 6 to grade 12. They handpick themselves. The teachers also handpick. What could be a theme that you want to do? That should be, of course, your interest, because the curiosity has to be yours. You got to, find out who can come into that podcast and share a lot of knowledge, and develop that podcast through the virtual medium and share it with everybody in the community. So the parents are also a part of that, joyful journey. They are hearing, because it's a student-led program, and the students are going beyond the academic framework. Yet there is so much of learning that is happening, Rima, I can't even tell you. Only yesterday, we started something called the BIS broadcast. And there was this gentleman who had come to our school. He's visually blind, but he's an excellent speaker, motivational speaker, TED Talk and all these things. What did the children learn? The children learn that it is not just understanding, there are people who can't see and there are challenges, but how did he navigate his life and learn the challenges? They are the ones who took an interview, and that interview is going to be aired very soon within the community. So here, the number of activities and the possibilities and the areas in which they can shape up and learn is definitely beyond the academic realm. Although it is within the school framework, but then I think the child is learning many more skills and becoming, a much more skilled person through the opportunities that our school currently is providing. That's how they're moving beyond the academic boundary. We did the TOK exhibition very recently, and in the TOK exhibition, I happened to join a booth with a particular child because I was questioning him, because his topic and the prompt was biases. So for understanding biases and how it impacts people's mind and what is the difference between fake news and paid news, this child, it was an eye-opening experience for me as an educator, because he is not a person to read so much, but to do his exhibition, he went to the length and breadth of his reading, research, analysis, constructing knowledge, taking out evidence-based approach, because TOK is also, you have to show your evidences, where did you get these things from? And from there, he's actually talking endlessly, constructing his own knowledge to share what is biases and how can we live a life without biases. So I see immense possibility of developing child's skills and his knowledge beyond the said activities and beyond the framework of IB. And IB doesn't give you a kind of a dictation that you need to do this many things and that many things. It's a framework of this many hours, and within that hours you can finish your the topic of delivery that you want to do and go beyond that. It's absolutely fine. It's all school set up, and every school, they have their own way. So I'm sharing absolutely live examples that is happening at BIS at this moment, using the digital platform and using the opportunities, multiple opportunities that we can give our children the skill to develop.
Thank you, Rupa. Yes, you're right. The IB doesn't dictate. It gives us a very flexible framework to do the best for our students in whichever way we can. So, Mr. Devkant, you heard all these educators, these leaders of what wonderful things they're doing at school. So what is IBM education program doing to support the education institutions?
So, Mr. Rima, we have been there in the education program for last 50 years, to be honest, and we have very comprehensive programs in the post-degree and undergraduate section. We've just come up with something called as Digital Catalyst for schools as well. And beyond Digital Catalyst, we have a tie-up with Niti Aayog on the Atal Tinkering Labs as well. Now, talking about Digital Catalyst program, this program is basically offering 100 courses on emerging technologies. It's just like creating web pages, emerging technologies like cloud, AI, IoT, like someone said about RFID in the previous talk. And, so, and these are modular programs, interactive, video and audio based. You have to take a quiz after every now and then. So, and there are projects actually in this. So I think it's sort of, when I was hearing all of you, it was sort of very music to our ears that it's not a rote learning kind of a thing that, okay, you learn this, memorize this, and then you sort of, reproduce something. So it's a very project based learning. A lot of labs are there. And I really sincerely request everyone to see if you have any query with us, more than happy to help you. But it also has certain features like creating interpersonal skills, and what does the industry need, how do different industries work. So we have examples like how does government work, how does oil and natural gas industry works, how does bank work. So maybe it's explained in such a way that it's a good knowledge to have for them. And then meanwhile, like you said, and like everyone on the panel said, that there are applications which can be built upon these small areas using these technologies, and real life problems can be also resolved. So we also do training on top of these content, and project based training is also available. There's one thing I want to highlight on the teamwork. We were doing projects in the colleges actually, and as little as when we talk about teamwork in the projects, in the colleges we have seen that people fight about where should where should sit what, right, in an application. And I have seen students in schools responding much better. They are much more flexible in terms of the teamwork aspect. And I think we have to sort of, if I may say so, thanks to IB training, that this culture of teamwork has to be sustained and more promoted. And I hope that some of these projects or IT projects or other CAS projects or whichever ways you have, I really hope that this continues and spreads like a viral to all other schools as well, who are not in the IB League as well, but still they can pick up some good things. So thank you for that. Really
You're
enlightening.
right. Collaboration and teamwork is a skill which we, not only the children but the teachers also have to develop, and we have to give evidence to the IB during the authorization that we have time on the time schedule, on the class schedule for teacher collaboration at every grade level. It has to be sacrosanct, it has to be scheduled that teachers are coming together. That's how they bring concepts of different subjects together, and they can bring units, interdisciplinary units together. If we don't give that the time for collaboration, how are they going to do that? So thank you very much, everybody. That was a very enriching session, and continue doing what you're doing. I can safely say that all of you are going beyond the content, you're going beyond the local, you're going beyond topics, you're going beyond discrete disciplines, and you're going beyond academic engagement. There's so many other opportunities for children in your schools, and I'm sure you're absolutely making them future ready for the future, which we don't know, which has got multiple versions, which is changing all the time. So thank you so much. And I think it's time for us. It brings us to the end of this panel discussion. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you so much, Rima ma'am. And I'd like to say that was such an insightful and informative deliberation. I'd like to thank all the eminent speakers for all their time and support. Devkan sir, Shikha ma'am, Rupa ma'am, Suchi ma'am, and Rima ma'am, you did a wonderful job moderating the whole session. It was an absolute pleasure hosting you all, and I really hope that you two all had a wonderful time as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Now, finally, I'd like to thank our wonderful audience. This event would have been incomplete without their support. Uh, Please do follow our social media handles to get all the updates on our upcoming events. And please stay tuned for the second day of this School Education Leadership Forum.